regional. We're really excited to get you some Overwatch 2 going today. My name is Bueso, also known as Kyle, and we're super excited to bring you this match between Salem High School and Warren High School today. Um, yeah, I mean, so just we got to talk to the teams before the match today, and some things that we really noticed that were interesting is that this is a pretty big rivalry. Warren is coming into this game undefeated on the season, and Salem only has one loss to none other than Warren themselves. So, what do we think about this matchup? What do we? Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And one particular thing that I'm really interested to look into, based on like that interview that we saw, um, is I think it's going to be really cool to see this difference in style. Because as we're talking to the teams, we kind of asked them what type of maps they would like to play, try to get an idea of what kind of compositions they like to play. Um, and Warren seems to really like those small, like controlled
Mm-hmm.
areas, like the corners. They love choke points and stuff like that. Whereas, what did you see with Salem when you interviewed them?
I'm sorry.
When you interviewed Salem, what did you see with them?
They definitely had a wide range of playing styles. They mentioned some poke, but also some brawl. So I think that they're really adaptable in how they play the game. I think that maybe they're gonna adapt to what their opponent does first, instead of going in with a set plan.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, I think it's really interesting that like as we were talking to them, it seemed that they really prefer like the escort map style. They really enjoy pushing a payload as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to playing control. Um,
Unpopular opinion, liking push,
I know,
right?
yeah. Somebody on Salem did mention they like playing push, and I don't think I've ever talked to somebody
Mm-hmm.
that does enjoy playing push,
Yeah.
but you know what? It exists. They're there, and that's awesome. I love that. Um, yeah. So the first map, actually, the order we're going to be playing today is we're going to go control to start, then hybrid, then flashpoint, then push, and then we're going to close out on escort if we get to that map 5. And the first control map is going to be Oasis. Um, Paul, do you want to talk a little bit about what control is as a game mode, just for anyone
Yeah.
who's unfamiliar?
Mm-hmm. So control, it's there's a center point in the map, and it's a square, and you have to stand in it and capture the point, and then afterwards a little percentage ticks up, and then when that reaches 100%, you win the point, and then you move on to the next map. And so you're basically trying to control that space. You start. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
Alrighty. And here we go. As we said, map 1 is going to be Oasis.
Initiating match.
So you just stand in the square, and then a little capture meter will pop up. Once you capture it, a percentage will start ticking up. And there's different advantage points. You have the high ground here. You have the hallways on the left and the right. You have the mains in the front up there. So there's a lot of opportunities to take space and a lot of good sight lines here to play.
Absolutely. So as you can see here, it looks like we have Salem is on the left.
Oh, we got to put the stream overlay up.
Good to see.
Hey, hey, hey! Hey, buddy! Salute for!
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
It's the first one. Second. Brand new tank added in season 8. Interesting seeing the Orisa. Orisa, with these new updates, it really seems like Blizzard's trying to make Orisa the counter to Mauga. So I'm curious to see how Warren and Salem are going to play this out.
Bad guys. Thanks for the help.
There goes the tank. This is going to be big. Yeah, Salem down their tank. They're going to have to scatter and give the point. But that doesn't mean Salem doesn't have an easy 21%. I think the Pharah is going to be a bit of an issue. Looking at Warren's team comp, the only two poke characters they have are Baptiste and Cassidy. So it's really going to be those two jobs to take out the Pharah. But a lot of ults are happening right now, and it looks like it is just the Mauga.
Our protector's duty is never done. Cutting through.
Doctor's orders.
Yep. Less about controlling space and more about getting picks. Yeah. You saw Cassidy waited for the Transcendence on the Zen before pulling the High Noon. A Nano Blade. But it doesn't look like Salem's gonna have time to touch. Unless they get a Lucio rolling in to contest. And Lucio's gonna contest. They got the Sim Wall up, Sim Beam up. Sim Beam is gonna just melt through the whole team. Looks like they have some, yep, they're gonna get that cap. Salem used a lot of resources to get there though. Switching up the comp too to a, yep, bringing in Moira. And they have a Symmetra now too with a Lucio. And then it looks like we'll have Bob coming up on the Ashe. Bob, I'm pretty sure Bob does act as a contest on the point. Yep. They're gonna send out Bob for an offensive move.
Materialized.
It's not over yet.
So now, yep, the ball is in Warren's court to take over this point. All they really have right now is High Noon to work with. They'll have to build up a couple other ults if they want to turn the tide here. Going for the low ground on this one. Yep, there go both of their supports. They just need the Mauga. There he goes. And that will a 99-99 game. Unless they can get a, yep, that'll be it. Bringing it all the way back. So Salem is not down and out. They can absolutely still bring this back.
Ready for battle.
Lamb roast. It's simply delicious. I recommend. We will be the rise dust tour.
Plenty of bombs
I
to
am
go
told
around.
it is on the backlog.
Funny how that sort of project always gets deprioritized.
Maybe. That could be it. Yeah, the Ana likes to hang out in the back line, so I think the Tracer will play into that well. Tracer's really hard to sleep dart, and that's really the only protection that Ana has against somebody peeling back for them. Swapping to Reaper also now, playing much more of a brawl with the Lucio 2 and the Sim. Yep. I guess the Maga was just not working out. It looks like they're gonna capture this first point, and then the ball is gonna be in Warren's court to try and take it back. Reaper taking the high ground here. Orisa is down. They're down a healer too.
Death stops for no one.
And yeah, Warren's gonna have to reset.
This beat will heal you up.
Yeah. And especially with the new Season 9 update, they took away Junkrat's one-shot. So he can't one-shot people anymore. They need to have a little bit of chip damage on them. So I'm curious to see how Warren's going to make the Junkrat work. If they're just going to have him spam a choke or just fill an area with damage. It looks like he's trying to shoot those at the Orisa, maybe? I don't know. He's up on the high ground right now. Big tire. Whoa! Big tire. That's both the supports. Salem's going to be on the run now. They have no tank. I think that's a team kill. Big play. Yep. And it only cost them 2 ults. Yep. It looks like the Genji's sizing up for it. He's ready. There's the beat. It looks like they're not going to get a lot out of that Genji blade, and the Genji's going to go down even. Good on Salem for the awareness and the beat.
This is my favorite part.
That's ult economy in a nutshell. And, you know, tracking the ultimates, it's really important in this game because they really are the make or break. If you have a team mirroring the composition like we see here, like each team has a Lucio, each team has a Reaper and an Orisa, it's going to come down to those ultimates and how you use them. Whoa! It's close. But it looks like those supports are going to support the Salem tank. If that tank can stay alive. Yep, and now Warren's down to support. Now they have no supports. They're going to cap this point. Absolutely. You can't count Salem out yet. They've brought it back. It's 1-1. This is going to be great. Yep. Swapping to the Zarya on Warren. Trying to counter the Orisa. Orisa likes to just pump out a bunch of damage, especially with the Reaper in the front line. The Zarya with the bubbles is going to be getting a lot of charge. I'm curious to see if Salem's going to switch up their lineup once they see the Zar. That's right. But once again with the Pharah, it is a smaller map. Those rockets are going to have more of an impact. Well, look at all that charge on the Zarya, making the Orisa give that space. charge. Max charge. The Orisa's going to have to escape. Now's the time for Salem to push in, or Warren to push in. That's big. They are down to support. It's going to send Salem running. When it matters the most.
I am on fire. I will lead us to victory.
They are up. They do have the ult economy. That's big. Canceling the Brig ult too. That's going to be big. Very nice. Very nice. That was clean. Still, they still have grab. This Czar's gonna have to let the grab rip soon if they want to get some value going. They've been holding on to it. I don't know what they're waiting for. Oh, responding back with their own ult. Lots of ults happening right now. The Genji blade is out too. This is a close one. Yep. And it looks like Salem's only going to need one more capture, and then maybe Warren will have a small contest. So I think if Salem just plays it safe, builds up some ult charge, and then goes in and dumps ults, I think they'll be able to capture the point and take this point. Simwall is now up. They're probably going to move in on that to capture the point. Looks like they will capture the point, and now Warren is staggered. They don't have a tank. Both teams in the 90s, but the Brig ult is on now. It looks like they're going to retake. What a reversal. Lucio might get a touch. They won't. And yeah. Dom playing phenomenally today. Whether it's the Cassidy or the Pharah. What a play right there. Good awareness going for the Moira instead of the Mauga, because you know that Mauga's not going to die if you have the supports pocketing them. Great play from Dom there.
Here alongside myself. So, Paul, what do we think about that first map? I know we mentioned it was close.
It was a very hot first match. I think there were a lot of very tense moments. All three of the points were 99 to 99. So it was absolutely anybody's game. These teams are very evenly matched. at least on control. We're gonna see how this changes when you go to hybrid. Maybe who knows? Maybe Salem has a better offense than a better defense. Maybe Warren does. So it's gonna be interesting to see how the teams adapt on the new game mode.
Honestly, I would not be surprised whatsoever if we saw Kings Row come out here. Both
Hmm.
teams mentioned how comfortable they feel on Kings Row, how much they enjoy playing it, and also this rush game playstyle that they've been offering. Um, this rush playstyle that they've enjoyed using. Um, sorry about that. We're having technical difficulties.
But yeah, both they are playing a bit of a rush with the Orisa. Orisa is a rush character, able to brawl, able with the have some crowd control with the spin and the javelin. And that's going to be very important on a hybrid map where you push the payload through the route. Orisa is going to be really good on that.
All right, and as we expected, we do see them choosing Kings Row here, and that is going to be the map that we're going on here. Yeah, as we mentioned, these rush playstyles that this seems like to play with that Orisa and that Colosseo and that Moira, those comps are incredibly strong here on Kings Row. And as we mentioned, so the new game mode is hybrid. I don't believe we've discussed how that works yet.
Yes, so hybrid. It's kind of like a combination of two of the other game modes, hence hybrid. So it starts with a control point at a part of the map where, just like control, the team who's attacking needs to go in and take that space. And once they've taken the space and they captured the point, a payload comes out of the map, and they have to escort that payload to the end of the route.
Yep, that's pretty much it. This will be the first time that we're seeing a payload today, but we will be seeing a lot more of payloads. So don't worry, any payload fans out in the or anybody who has stock in the payload company, you're winning today.
I'm a big payload fan.
Yeah,
I love payload and escort and hybrid.
yeah, absolutely. So I'm really curious here to see if we're gonna pull out the. I wonder if that FAR is gonna come back out, or I know that hit scans are incredibly strong here. Hit scans, which are like the Cassidy, the Ashe, potentially the Widow, especially on that first point.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if that FAR is gonna come back, or where these teams are gonna decide to go here on Kings. I know Reaper is also a very strong character.
Those close quarters, yep.
Yeah, so I'm really curious here to see what direction these teams are gonna decide to go in. Yep, we do have a brief intermission here. And so we are just going to continue to navigate you through this time.
I also think it was interesting seeing the different styles of the teams. I don't remember which team it was that had the Symmetra.
That was Salem.
Salem. It was interesting to see they'd pop the ultimate and then they all go in. Like they had a game plan, they had something in mind, and they committed to it. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep that same strategy going into King's Row, especially on the first control point.
Right.
Like you pop an ult on the control point, that's your point.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll just build up some ult charge, use the ult, get the point, and then work from there. And then we'll see how Warren will respond to that.
Yeah, and it was definitely that's a really interesting point actually. The fact that they stayed on the Symmetra for all 3 points of Oasis, I personally was not expecting to see Symmetra at all today.
Yeah.
And we just saw it for 3 points in a row, and it was played incredibly well. That wall got a lot of value for Salem, and I'm not sure. Like you mentioned, they could use it to get the control point, but beyond that, I don't know if they'll be able to continue to use it. So I don't know if that was a map specific strategy or if that's just the way that they like to play. But either way, we'll find out here in just a moment. So for now, we are going to step away for a brief pause, and we should be back within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Alrighty, and we are coming back here.
Check, check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you
All
hear me?
right. Welcome back.
Alrighty, here we go.
Taking it to King's Row.
Lovely, lovely King's Row. Base here in London, England. Beautiful.
A lot of people love King's Row. It's a fan favorite. There's a lot of Reinhardts on King's Row, but personally, I am not a King's Row fan. I'll say it. I am not a King's Row fan.
That's crazy. I gotta go. I can't be associated with this guy anymore, guys. That's insane. I love King's Row.
I have a lot of controversial map picks.
That's totally reasonable. Yeah, no, King's Row, I love it. I love the flow of the map. I love the way it looks. We can see that little box straight ahead here, that control point they're gonna have to capture. And as we see here, we are seeing
the Reinhardt.
The Reinhardt, I do love the Reinhardt pick on King's Row. That is very classic.
That's like the classic pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I must say I am a little surprised to not see a Lucio, on the side of Warren. I will say, but
I don't think they've been running a Lucio.
I think you're right. Yeah.
But the Symmetra has been brought back for Salem.
That's a fantastic observation. Symmetra is back, and it looks like they do just think that the Symmetra character is fantastic.
Oh, and there's the Lucio.
The Lucio comes out.
Also a Widowmaker on Dom.
Yeah, let's take a look and see if Dom's hitting anything. All right.
Ooh, what a shot.
So King's Row is notorious. It is difficult to get through this first choke point here. But once you get through it, you usually can kind of start rolling.
Can we go first person?
We sure can.
I would love to see what Dom's looking at right now. Kind of having a bit of a 1v1 with the Ashe.
It's a close shot.
It's close. Dom playing really close on this Widowmaker.
He is, and I think it's interesting that he's not taking any high ground here. I wonder if there's a specific reason for that. Maybe he wants to stay with his team.
I'm not sure, but
he's looking for a grapple. He found one.
There it is. Oh, it's probably because the Ashe is going to put him in a bit of a situation.
Absolutely. All right, so as we can see here, the team is to the choke point. This is a very extended fight. Yeah. Nobody's dying. Everyone's just kind of standing around.
This is a long team fight. But it looks like Warren giving some space, trying to go around that statue. It's a pretty common strategy, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get around there all the way.
It looks like Dom is switching off here to back to the Junkrat, potentially a comfort pick here. And that is an interesting switch.
Very good job from the Warren supports, keeping their Reinhardt alive, even without that shield. Playing cover on this point is very important. They're going in on the charge.
It does instantly cancel the charge.
Ooh, but the tank taking a lot of damage.
It's just amazing to me that these teams are both still alive. This fight has been going on for so long.
Immortality field. But the
Symmetra
taking
is
a lot of damage.
And the Reaper ultimate in the back does get the 3K here.
I cannot believe that Reinhardt lived as long as he did.
That is amazing. And there's 4 assists on the Bob kill here. It looks like this is going to be a cleaned up team fight here on the side of Warren.
Dom got the Junkrat trap on the Orisa. That's very funny.
He did. And it looks
immediate swap to the Tsar.
Yes. That is interesting. I wonder what they're looking for there. I wonder if it's because this Orisa is, like you mentioned before, is putting out so much damage that it's just worth the Zarya pick here. The Reaper looks like it's going to switch as well.
Yep. I'm also wondering if the Reinhardt was only a strategy to get the first capture of the point.
Absolutely could be.
And then make it a lot easier to play Zarya on the escort portion of Hybrid.
We do see the Cassidy coming out here, but probably to counter this Pharah pick that's coming from Matt on the side of Salem.
Also, on this Hybrid part, or on this escort part, lots of long sight lines that I feel Cassidy can get a lot more value than Junkrat can.
Absolutely. It's just going to be a lot of poking around corners here. That is how you play King's Row.
That Zarya looks like they have a lot of charge. Can we go to that Zarya?
Absolutely.
A good 73. 95 now. The Zar's going to want to get in there and deal lots of damage.
That Orisa's just going to get melted. They can't even do anything about it.
That is big. Very big for Warren.
Zarya says, Symmetra, you have a beam? Well, guess what? I got a bigger one.
Yep.
Yep.
You can't duel with the Zar with max charge.
No, you can't. And I think this Zarya is a fantastic counter pick here to this Orisa composition because there's just not much that they can do. They have to deal the damage, but by dealing the damage, they're charging up the Zarya.
Yeah, they're either going to have to not shoot those bubbles. I know it's a big thing whenever I play ranked, I always tell my teammates not to shoot the bubbles.
Yep.
And so it's going to be very important for Salem to try and coordinate with that with everybody, because it is a strategy to either shoot the bubbles and break through them and then burst damage the Tsar, or to not shoot the bubbles at all and not give her any charge.
Absolutely. And the tire is coming out here once again. And he's struggling to find targets, it looks like. He does find the Lucio.
And you know, I think that's a good use of an ultimate. If you take
I would
out
agree.
a support, because when you take out a support, you take out more than just a support. You take out the value that they provide to the rest of the team.
Yep. And it makes it really, really hard for the rest of that team to survive. It looks like the Baptiste here is preparing to set up a window. Now, this window is going to double the damage and healing that goes through it for the Warren side. However, it looks like he's just thinking about it and changed his mind at the last second. We do have a Graviton Surge here for this Zarya. The Lucio going down early might be a problem, though.
Oh, but the window's up.
The window's up, but the shield perfectly counters that window. There's just not much that Warren can do here. I think they're going to have to back off and regroup.
Yeah. They used a lot of ultimates there.
They did. And
Salem also swapping back to Mauga.
yes. And it's interesting here. Eclipse. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Dom getting the 3K. Again. Dom coming in with the clutch plays. Wow. It just doesn't matter how many they're down.
And
They can
that
still
is going
get it.
to be the first round.
Wow. That is
a quick 3-cap.
That's a pretty blisteringly fast time here on Kings Row. 2:58 remaining. So as we go here, we will see that, as the lovely announcer just mentioned, we'll be switching sides. And so we will see Warren on defense here. We'll get to see what they can bring. I'm really curious to see if they're going to continue with the Symmetra, if Salem's going to continue with the Symmetra here on offense.
Yeah, me too. I'm also curious to see, we saw Warren struggle a little bit to capture that first point, but once they did capture the point, it was smooth sailing right through the escort portion of the map. So I'm wondering if Salem is going to have a better offense than they do defense. And then in that case, we might have a real game here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that. The May pick, that is interesting.
Sigma.
I'm a big fan of this composition. This looks like a rush composition through and through to me. That's what I'm seeing here. Let's get on one of these players here. Let's take a look. So May has the ability to slow down characters, and I think that's so interesting. She also has this wall ability, which is going to be able to block off space. On the side of Warren here, we're seeing the Soldier 76 pick. These compositions are so interesting. Wow, I'm just fascinated by this.
We also have our first Sigma on Salem's side.
Yeah, and the Kiriko. Oh, the May almost going down early here.
Big Helix rocket from Dom.
Yes. Let's take a look at the Sigma here.
Shooting through the wall. This May has no cooldowns. She might be in a tough spot there, and she's going to go down.
Does go down early. It's interesting. So far, the Mays have been the targets on both sides. And I'm curious if that's an intentional thing or if that's just working out that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, each team does have a May.
Yeah. Oh, that Lucio has gotten awful low. Multiple players are weak on the side of Salem here, but also on Warren.
Great job from the supports. Can we see what these supports are doing right now?
Absolutely.
Supports are the name of the game. If your supports, if your supports can't heal you and you have bad supports, then the team fights are going to go a lot quicker. And especially in Season 9, survivability is going away, and sustain and things like that. It's a lot more about making consistent plays than just staying alive and like a consistent, prolonged team fight. Lots of ults coming out now.
And it looks like Warren's going to have to give up the point here. At the end of the day, when all is said and done. Can these supports get out with their lives? I'm not sure. The Baptistas go down.
Yep. But the Ana still in the fight.
And it looks like Ana made it out safely.
I love playing Ana. She's so fun.
I absolutely agree. Favorite character in the game right there. Now, it's interesting here. We do have the Kiriko ult and the Sigma ult on the side of Salem. And in terms of Warren, we do have that Baptiste ult, and that is about it. So it's going to be interesting here, especially with the combination of the Lucio and the Kiriko ult, to see
And
just how fast.
Sojourn has overclocked now too.
That's true.
I'm curious to see if
Yeah.
that Sojourn can make a play.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential here. A lot of explosive potential here for Salem. Here is that Kitsune. They're going to push forward with the Kitsune. Oh, that BAP window is well timed to counter it.
Good Immor, saved a couple people there. But it looks like
This
Ana's
Sigma
going to go
ultimate's
down
going to
here.
do a lot.
No supports. They're gonna. It's going to send Warren flying.
And we can definitely see the comfort from both sides here on this map. As I mentioned in the pregame interviews, they are very much interested in this Kings Row map. They are a big fan.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see the Sojourn ult.
As am I. And I'm trying to look on the side of Warren here to see if they have anything to really counter it. They really don't. All they can really do is either put it to sleep or kill it. And that's
Yeah.
about it.
Dom playing Sombra now. I'm wondering
Ooh.
if there's somebody in particular in the backline that's causing them a lot of problems. Hacking the
Oh.
Sojourn.
Indeed.
Czar way out of position here. That Czar's going to go down.
Yep. It's an early kill on the Zarya, and without their tank, Warren is just going to have to back off here. And they're going to have to give up the second point, it looks like. They're not going to be able to retake this.
And it looks like Salem's going to have even more time than Warren did.
Yeah, they have plenty of time. I will say this third point is the hardest point on Kings Row to crack as an offense, in my opinion. And so I am curious to see if they're going to be able to push this across the line. However, like you mentioned, they do still have that Sojourn ultimate, and they also have that Bastion ultimate is also now online.
That's true. However, Warren also does have the Riptire, the Junkrat Riptire.
Yes. And this Sombra just being a nuisance in the backline.
But also the
Riptire
Sombra not really getting any picks either.
All right, and it looks like it's going to be a quick team fight on the back of that Riptire. Can the Sojourn get out with her life? No, she cannot.
Almost. Oh, so close. We also see a Diva swap from Warren. That's a first.
A Diva. That is. I wonder what they're trying to counter with that Diva.
I think
It's
they might be. We have Diva and we have Sojourn, and now we have a Genji. It looks like they're going to be switching their comp to more of a dive,
Yes, it does look like that.
especially with Sigma. He's a really slow tank, one of the slowest tanks. He's not going to be able to have the peel back potential to peel back for their team like
think
when
we're
they get
about-
hacked or they get dived.
I think we're about to see this EMP come through in a second here. I am really interested to see how this dive comp is going to play against the other team. There it is. The hack. 4 people hacked. They can't use their abilities. They can't do much. Especially with the early pick on the Sojourn here, it looks like it's just going to be potentially a clean win for Warren. However, Salem does a great job of backing out and not dying.
That is good. Even though they did give up some space, nobody did die, which is good for conserving ult charge and keeping everybody in the fight.
Now, this Sombra really is just a nuisance in the back of here. Just distracting the Bastion and keeping him out of the
Yeah.
fight.
I wonder what his play is right now.
There's not much that he can do, it looks like. Like, this Sombra is just in the back. They do
Good.
finally take out that Sombra, so maybe they can focus on a
nice.
team fight here.
The Lucio very low right now. Oh, but Ranch is going to take him out.
Yeah, that's
Salem
good.
has no supports now.
And that's another team fight win for Warren. And all that time advantage that Salem had before seems to now be gone. They appear to be interested in this Moira pick. I wonder what they're trying to counter here. Oh, and Dom has switched off of the Sombra onto the Ashe, potentially to counter to duel the Ashe of Matt, perhaps.
Maybe.
So we do have the Sigma ultimate here alongside the Kiriko, and we also do have the Nano Blade on the side of Warren.
And
Here
it
is
comes.
that Nano Blade that we mentioned.
Oh, quickly. Wait, yeah, where's the Genji?
We're trying to find him here. We found him
There
too
he
late.
is. Aw. But it looks like he only got one pick with the Nano Blade there.
Yes. And the Sigma ult is coming out here. And then, oh,
Good
what a
Immor.
sleep. What a sleep, what an MO. And this fight seems to be a win for Salem. I wonder, is Warren going to be able to regroup to get one last fight here? And it looks like they will. They do have their spawn awfully close.
They do. They're going to have one or two more team fights here. Before Salem can push this in.
And they do have the Baptiste window here with their 2 hit scan DPS. This might work out well for them. Sigma going down early might be a problem. Oh no.
Everybody's falling now.
And with this D.Va bomb to zone space, with only 40 seconds left on the clock, this might be a tough push for Salem.
I think what they might do is they might save the D.Va bomb until overtime and then just drop the bomb on the cart. That way nobody can touch.
Yeah, that might just be what they have to do here. All right, final fight territory here. And an early pick of the Kiriko, but a return pick of Ash.
Interesting bomb usage. The Mauga coming in. Oh,
Gets
but
one.
it's gonna get taken out.
Oh, but the D.Va goes
no
down before she
D.Va.
can remake. I don't know. This fight is incredibly
Bob's
close.
on the field. It's gonna go to overtime now. Are they gonna
Ash
be able
finds
to
the
walk
pick.
it in?
So this is very interesting. They do have the D.Va. I'm assuming we'll see the swap off of the Bastion here.
Oh, but
Potentially
responding
not.
with their own Bob. Someone's got to touch that payload. It looks like the Moira's on it right now.
And they have Bob on the point as well.
They just
Not anymore.
nanoed Bob, I believe.
That Bob is so dangerous in the back, and it does kill the Ash, and that will be map number 2 secured by
close.
Warren.
Very close.
So that is a 2-0 lead for Warren here in our series. We are playing a best of 5, so they do have to win one more to get us across. Looks like Dom once again with play of the game.
Back-to-back plays of the game.
And it's not even a tire here. This is just straight up Junkrat gameplay.
He doesn't need it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's an insane play there.
Good stuff from Dom.
Alrighty, welcome back. So, Paul, what'd you notice in that game?
I saw a lot of good things. I saw a lot of counter swapping happen in that game, especially with the tanks.
Yes.
I think with Season 9, I think counter swapping really is the meta for tank right now. We saw the Reinhardt, we saw the D.Va, that's a first. We saw the Zarya, we saw Orisa, we saw a lot of tanks. And Sigma too.
Yeah. And then even DPS, we saw a lot of DPS as well. Started out on the Symmetra, and we saw Ashe, we saw Genji, we saw Sombra, Junkrat. I think they played over half of the DPS cast.
Lots of variety. I think there was a Widowmaker at the beginning too.
Oh, there was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a Cassidy,
played
a Soldier.
Widowmaker.
Yeah, that's insane. I think they touched at least half of it. All right, and we do have our next map pick here, I believe. And we are actually going to go to a quick pause, and when we return, we will let you know what the next map is for our Flashpoint game mode. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. We are here getting ready to go into Flashpoint on Suravasa, but first, Paul, what'd you see on King's Row?
I saw a lot of good stuff on King's Row. I know we mainly talked about tanks last time, and just a wide variety of the cast that we saw. What did you see though?
Yeah, I mean, I saw. We did talk about this already.
We did talk
I
about this
saw-
already.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm sorry. I did see. We mentioned a lot of different characters, and a really really close game between these two excellent teams. And I'm really excited to see this Flashpoint game mode. Speaking of Flashpoint, Paul, what is Flashpoint?
Flashpoint. So you know Control?
Yeah,
It's
we
like
played that earlier.
It's like that,
Mhm.
but longer and
Yes.
more drawn out.
Oh, we're in for a good one.
Mhm. And instead of going to a completely different map, it's just like one big map.
Okay.
And so there's like 5 points scattered around the map,
Mhm.
and only one of them is active at a time. And so the two teams, they fight for that space, they capture the space, and just like Control, the little timer ticks up to 100%. Once that point is captured, the next one unlocks, and everybody moves across the map to that.
Okay. All right, and so it looks like our map here is going to be Suravasa. Paul, what are some things that you would talk about, like if you're looking at Suravasa? Like, what kind of comps would you expect to see? What kind of characters would you expect to see? What characters are strong here?
So because it is a control style map where you need to control space, I'm expecting that we are going to see some brawl here, because there's very little cover, very little natural cover on these open style sort of control maps. There's no corners, there's no very long sight lines, so I'm expecting we're going to see a lot of brawl here.
Alrighty.
And
Brawl
even
is
just
the
like
name of the game.
looking at what are these points here, it's all open space here. There's not really any corners to hide behind. So I'm very excited to see a lot of action. Over here is the first point up here. Once everybody picks their characters, everybody's going to be advancing to this space right here.
This is the stadium that we will see this game played out on. And so, the initial picks here, we do see a Zarya versus a D.Va matchup. I don't think we've seen this exact matchup yet. We're seeing the Genji Junkrat on the side of Warren versus the Symmetra Soldier. Again with the Symmetra, a very, very interesting choice.
I guess Lila Craven's just really comfortable on Symmetra.
Yeah, and you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm going to say. And of course, we're going to see Lucio Moira versus Ana Moira in terms of the support lineup. So as we mentioned again, this does seem to be two rush compositions facing each other, with Warren more so rush as opposed to the side of Salem here. It looks like the teams are going to be breaking out onto the point. We see some early poke damage coming out back and forth. No one's really made a commitment, but Salem does take first initial control of the point.
Coming out to the point here with the D.Va.
Yes, they sure do. They may not have any control capture progress yet, but they're about to in just a moment, and that starts ticking up now.
And that D.Va really low. Going in. Very, very interesting play going in.
And yeah, I mean, the loss of the first pick of losing their Genji early in that fight, and then their Lucio, or sorry, their Moira directly afterwards, does kind of make the fight difficult. We're going to see Winton come out. Winston, the big monkey, is going to come out for this game.
I'm very excited to see some Winton gameplay.
Absolutely. And we also see a Cassidy swap here from Ranch. So this does look like a very interesting, not even quite rush anymore. This is like a hybrid composition here from Warren.
Yeah, we have.
See the tire come through, and the tire gets
on
a
the
2K. Right off the bat, another 2K from Dom to open up the fight.
They're
and
going to take this point back.
The quick capture.
And also notice how quickly the point timer ticks up. There was only one or two team fights, and Salem already has 76%.
Yeah, that is an interesting difference from Control, is that the flashpoint timer does go up much faster. So we do see Ana coming up on the Dynamo Boost somewhat soon here. We also see Lucio coming up with that Sound Barrier soon on the side of Salem. Those ultimates could be incredibly impactful in this next fight. We also see a visor for Soldier 76.
It looks like we have the Orisa swap now too.
Oh, I do like the Orisa swap here. This composition kind of counters the Winston, I would argue.
Soldier all coming in.
The instant kill onto the Moira after she popped Coalescence.
That's
The
big.
ultimate
Both
is
supports
gone.
are down, but Dom's going to take out the Soldier.
But I think the damage is already done.
I think the damage is already done.
And this may just be the first point for Salem. At this point, if you're Warren, you're trying to decide, is it even worth trying to fight this point, or you're just going to get ready for the next
They're
one?
going to have one really sloppy contest. We see Dom over there.
The Winston jumps on the point. They're contesting, but they can't touch. They can't get there.
Touch. Yep.
Wow. That is unfortunate if you're Warden here. Being unable to touch the point, getting so close yet so far.
I always find that first point is the hardest.
Absolutely. So now we're seeing this point on the side over here. Seems a little bit less open. There's more controlled space here that might play well into the Orisa.
This point's, I would say this point's a little bit easier. You have more corners, you have more sight lines. But it looks like Salem is going to take this this first cap.
Oh, what a protection by the Symmetra!
That
the
was
ultimate!
Beautiful.
Wow.
Perfect usage.
That was fantastic.
We're starting to see here more that Salem preferring to use their ultimates more defensively than offensively.
Yeah.
It's more just holding on to them and then saving them for when Warren uses theirs.
And they're really making Warren take the first steps here. Another ultimate coming in from the Junkrat. Another 2K. Someone needs to stop this man. And it looks like that's just on the back of that 2K, they are going to take this fight relatively cleanly. We do see another tactical visor almost charged here for Matt, the Soldier 76 player. We also see a Winston ultimate, which you probably just use to keep himself alive longer, and then also the Coalescence on the side of Warren for this next fight.
Another interesting thing about Flashpoint, particularly on this map, is there are some open areas here where you could boop opponents into.
Uh-oh.
And so Winston does have that ability to do that.
And I'm sure he'll be looking for it. We do see the tactical visor coming out here. He takes one down.
Oh, but almost gets booped. Very close.
And as Paul mentioned here, the Orisa does get booped over the map by the Winston, and the Symmetra goes down as well. And the tactical visor seems like it's not going to be enough. But hey, if you are Salem here, it's not that bad because you did end up having to use your Soldier ultimate, but you still have a Coalescence for this next fight.
You have Coalescence. If you want to get a last minute touch here, you can, but you're gonna have to go. You have 4%.
It looks to me like they are just going to give up on that first point. Go to the next one.
And it looks like the next one's gonna be on the far side.
Now, as a reminder, this is the first team to capture 3 points, if I recall, correct?
Yes, I believe it is.
Yes, so
I think this is the point here that they're going to. And it looks like Salem's going to have the first touch.
If they sure are. So Salem has been able to establish early control on points over the course of this map so far. I wonder if that's going to work
early
out
in the
here.
fight.
It is a very early call.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was a misinput, maybe.
It very well may have been.
That might be.
That might be impactful here.
Might be detrimental.
Yeah. We do see the nano boost here online for Ana on the side of Warren. I would imagine that's going to go on the Winston, but it could also go on the Reaper or pretty much anyone. The fight seems to be breaking out here.
Yep.
And the first pick is on that Soldier 76 once again.
Sim taking a lot of damage here, but got saved by the Moira. Winston going for the dive. That will be it. Big Reaper ult. Oh, Nano Reaper.
I don't know if they needed that one, Paul.
I don't think they did.
That was 2 ultimates to get just a few kills when the fight seemed to already be won to me. But they may have seen something that I didn't, and that's probably why they're playing the game and not me.
I have no idea.
So we do see the Orisa ultimate available here for Salem. The Coalescence coming up on the side of Warren.
We have a Zenyatta swap
for
Salem.
Interesting. I'm curious if the Zenyatta swap is specifically for that Transcendence to be able to counter the ultimates on the side of Warren, or if they're looking for the Discord value. I'm not sure.
It could be it. Discord is very impactful in Season 9. If you have Discord on a target and they dive in, like if you Discord Winston's right now, he's going to be taking a lot of damage.
He's taking 50% extra damage, I believe it is.
And so Discord on a tank is very valuable.
It seems like getting to this point is going to be difficult with the Orisa, though, because they just can't walk through. They can't walk through safely.
Yep. We are going to see the Winston ult here.
So that is one angry monkey. I don't want to
Yeah.
be anywhere near that.
That's big. Salem's, or not Salem, Warren's going to keep this point. Unless somebody can get a contest here.
And with this capture, Warren will be on match point for this series. Game point, I might even say. So on the side of Salem, they absolutely need to hold this point because this is their lifeline. This is their lifeline in this tournament.
This right here is going to be our 4th flash point. This open area where we spawned in at the beginning. We have this little stairwell here, and then these 2 openings. We also have a little back room back here with a mini pack.
Seems the fight's breaking out. The Bastion ult is coming out early. And it does find the Zenyatta early. That is incredibly detrimental on the side of Salem.
But a Reaper ult in the back line, taking out Matt. Good awareness from the Orisa. Almost taking out that Bastion. That was really good, though. You saw the Orisa ultimate. It'll suck in opponents. And that Bastion was on the high ground. But then because of the Orisa ult, it pulled him off of the high ground.
Yeah.
And he almost got the pick, but he couldn't close it out.
We do see a double swap of tanks here, if I'm correct. We see a Zarya and a Maga now. What do you make of this Maga pick here?
I don't know what to make of this Maga pick, to be honest. Maga is, I think he's decent in the current meta, and I think that Zar, I think the Zar's gonna get a lot of value on the Maga, as you saw right there. If the Maga just holds left and right click, the Zar has full charge right now.
This Reaper might not be long for this world. Yeah.
It's very easy for Maga to just give Zar free charge, and as you saw right there, that Zar had 100 charge.
So on the side of Salem here, their lifeline seems to be this Zenyatta and Reaper ult. Not quite combo, but that is all that they have at this point. With 83% and counting going on the point, they are going to have to win this fight if they want to have a chance in this tournament.
And we're going to get a Junker Queen swap now.
It seems like Salem is maybe grasping at straws, trying to find something that can work.
Salem pushing onto the point already.
The Transcendence comes out early, the Reaper ult, and the Mora is down early. That could be it. But if Lucio is able to charge his ult, he might be able to hold on here, but they are going to just back off, regroup. They have 99%. They don't have to worry about anything.
They don't. They have a lot of time here.
A lot of time, 3, 4 ultimates. I think this is going to be an incredibly difficult hold on the side of Salem.
That was a very quick play there from Salem. You saw them, the Junker Queen ran in, and then boom, Transcendence, and then boom, Death Blossom.
Yeah.
And it's like they had a clear plan. They were like, we're going to go in on the right window, and we're going to use these ults.
Absolutely.
And as a result, they capped the point.
Here we go. Potentially the final fight of this series. Let's see if Salem can hold on. Pharah trying to get some early burst damage on. Playing a little bit close to that Reaper. That is incredibly dangerous. The Bastion ultimate killing the Zenyatta and the Reaper. Oh, no.
That's big.
And I think that's just it. I think that's just it. I don't think you can come back from this as a side of Salem.
Yeah.
And
I think that's it.
That looks like it's going to be a clean 3-0 sweep for Warren in this game. Now, again, I will say I think that the map count is a little bit misrepresentative of these games that we watched. Overall, these maps were incredibly close.
Absolutely.
And I think at the end of the day, Warren did end up coming out on top. Now, this just gets me really excited for the rest of our games this weekend. We do have the, I believe it is the quarterfinals will be coming up here. We will be streaming it right here on BW Esports, BW Esports 2. At 1 p.m. we will see a quarterfinal matchup. Not sure who's in that matchup yet because we haven't quite gotten there, but we will let you know, stay posted, and we'll keep you posted. But with that, I mean, we've been honored to cast this game for you.
Yep. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, and we hope to catch you guys next time. Thank you very much.
So hello all. BW is back with casting some more of these games. Starting on Oasis here. What do you expect? What are you excited to see for in this series?
I would be excited to see like an awesome clean sweep, but I would also love to just see two teams going even, going game 5.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very competitive series here starting on Oasis. You really want to get this first map secure. If you get that, it's a big confidence boost. You can start rolling up.
It's a great start. You want to have that room.
And both of these teams looking like they want to play sort of a rush comp. One going for the Ram as well as I believe that's Akron Stem going for the more traditional Queen comp. Starting off by taking the high slow, the Ram is going to be able to rotate up slowly. We're trying to look for an engage now with no shell. We're going to see maybe a little bit of a messy brawl here. Genji getting a little split. Monk is going to be able to fall there. Akron, though, seems extremely coordinated around this Queen, able to use the shouts and the speed extremely effectively to wrap around their Ramatra comp. Just resetting the fight, able to take capture of the point. For all of our viewers at home who don't know anything about Overwatch or this game mode, there's a point in a central location of the map, and whoever stands on it and gets 100% first will be the winner of the round. Poking him out, keeping him really nice and tight in this choke, and we'll look for maybe a big axe here. We'll possibly have to drop from high ground, but still fighting very efficiently. Members of blue team will begin to fall as this Queen is still just able to wrap around them. And trading 1-for-1 ultimate, that's something that you also notice is very important in these Overwatch games, is every team's ultimates economies, as they're very, very large abilities that can swing the tempo of team fights into a team's favor.
Which, as was shown there, as their entire team went down, giving Akron plenty of time.
Now I am curious as to how Levi here on the Genji's been going for some crazy aggressive dashes. I want to see how he utilizes this blade, especially when the side of the blue team does not have a sound barrier in response. They allow for the flip, but ooh, the OC cancel is quite nasty. Looks like Monk just wants to use the Noon, and they'll be happy with just trading the beat as well. They don't even want to use the blade. Allowing for the flip to get 20%, but maybe in the end it was worth it, as the capture progress that they're going to get from that win will be much higher than 20%. Securing this fight, securing their ult economy. They're going to be 2-1 going into this last fight here, and this is looking pretty good for the side of Akron.
It takes a while for people to come back, so I think a whole team gives you plenty of time to just take all these points.
And Akron is more than happy just sitting on this high ground, waiting for them to make a move.
Once it reaches 99, I believe it's 5 resources of overtime where the other team has a chance to grab it one last time.
I believe they're going to force Orther, but ooh, their Sojourn does drop early. They do have point control, but if they don't make a move happen fast, they may start to stagger themselves, and they cannot do that in this last fight territory. However, they will find the trade, so let's see if this Ramatra wants to make a move with his ult. Instead, it will be Toast, which encourages the Frost ultimate.
Great ult. Colosseo ult gives everyone more HP on their team, which gave that major sway for that team to play.
Absolutely massive, and that'll be a big swing too, because they got that capture early, so they were actually building progression before the fight was even over.
That, and also they stopped them right before 99 to prevent any of them just winning upon cap. Gives them at least a couple seconds.
But Akron, though, playing this extremely smart. They've built up quite the economy. Their ults are looking very stacked up in their favor against just Kiki's Coalescence here.
If they feel any pressure, they can just rush it at any time and just here they go.
But it's Kiki to make the first move, maybe arguably good, but Levi going absolutely crazy with the Dragon Blade. Wow, that'll be a massive 3K. Forcing out this Ram, just showing the absolute power of the Kitsune Rush Dragon Blade combo. We'll go early here with the High Noon, finding one. Wow. And with still ults in the bank too, that was a very, very clean fight on the side of Akron.
They saved their resources well. They were using them when they needed to.
I think that's something that this team prided themselves in, is that they play very smart, they know their skill sets, and they know that what they want to do, and that clearly reflected in their gameplay.
Let us proceed with haste.
Both of these teams actually, because Ursuline able to get a very respective 82%, flipping the point, taking those long fights. They knew their disadvantage and they played that to their cards, but yet it still wasn't enough because Akron's utility with their ultimates, just being able to hold on to those for those really important fights, really carrying the distance here. But let's see how Levi wants to go and open up this map here. Wow, the Queen just has taking no time to walk in there and find a kill, with Levi following up. The pincing on this Genji Junker Queen combo is something awesome to see. Moving the entire team forward with the speed boost, keeping your Genji close so you can follow up with the dashes onto the shout. Yeah, you guys can tell these guys have been practicing for quite a while, extremely coordinated.
Their whole team, though, is taking amazing angles. Like, they're working perfectly to all stay behind.
Ooh, but it's rough though. Trying to swing the Sojourn out into the main is gonna meet the demise of Mr. Owen here. And with 2 down, Frost is just left to hold block and pray as his team is getting farmed around him.
Just trying to hold that point. Once again, Akron here with much better
Really is being able to control a lot of the space and keep the tempo in their favor. They're building ults very fast. The neutral game is extremely well off.
And yet, at this entire time too, they're still holding point. They're gaining ult.
But maybe an early Suzer from Grilled Cheese here. It might force out a blade from Levi in response. Finds the lamp, finds the Baptiste, is drilling through the ram. Might have to leave here, or the Curie can come help and heal. Wow, these guys' communication, you can tell, absolutely above and beyond there.
Struggling to even find points here.
It seems like Element Black is stuck in their backline. I think he's gone unnoticed. And with this May freeze, if they can force the point, this may be a huge play make. The sneaky little devil. But with Toast dying early, they're finding trades in the backline. Maybe they knew they were down May. This might be the flip that they needed. 2v3 is very winnable if they play their cards correctly, and they definitely do. Frost wants to walk in hard with his punches. He finds a Kiriko here. It's a 1v1 situation with the ultimate. And then Lucio back to respawns. This might be the flip they need. And indeed it is. Not to speak too soon yet, as Toast does fall to the high noon. And Frost falls into the hole. Ooh, but I think Levi does not want any piece of that OC. That's the swing they needed. Only using 2 ultimates there, that's kind of the flip that you would like to see if you're in the position of Ursuline here. Being able to keep the Ramatra ult, being able to come up close in the Baptiste window, you can slowly start to build up this ult economy and take these fights back in your favor. The window comes out early, maybe a little bit too early, as it doesn't find any stable value, but it does clear off the map a little bit. But that's going to be Owen falling off the map, and maybe the JQ block was stuck on the May freeze with the beat to match as well. This is an extremely messy fight, but this ram ult might get lots of value if kept alive for too long. But chasing those kills is maybe what they needed, as the Kiriko dropping is such an important kill. Oh, but what a shot from the Sojourn. Wow, just to confirm up with that Mail too. They had to use a lot of ults, but that messy fight maybe played into their favor as they're coming into last fight territory here. If Ursuline is able to properly kite and disengage on the ult bank that Akron currently holds, this might be a map in their favor. Comes out early. Everyone very split right now, but still, Akron just seems so coordinated on these dives.
They all rush it at the same time, but having the supports behind the walls, taking down Ursuline one at a time.
Slowly picking them off, and that's the kind of coordination that you love to see in an Overwatch game.
However, this could go to either team at this point.
Trying to look for something on the overtime contest.
Trying to contest here.
They're getting there, but will it be enough? As the Levi Blade comes out, we'll clean up any other stragglers on point.
Lucio just trying to stall on the wall, but
Oh, and they do not get the final touch. Very, very good, very competitive series so far. I'm really liking what I'm seeing.
I'm glad how like it's so even. It's awesome to watch.
But I do think going in here, Akron, just the amount of coordination that they have, especially on that Queen comp, where especially just everyone wants to play very stacked together, look at the same targets, making sure that coordination and communication is at its top tier. Absolutely amazing things to see. So now we'll merge it over so you guys can see our beautiful, beautiful faces. We also didn't do an intro, so I am Silent, and I'm joined by and we are casting your Overwatch games today. So as we're waiting here for the map picks to go through, how are we doing today? No, it's a lovely day. I woke up, sun was shining, weather was beautiful, so came here ready to cast some games. Definitely feeling the energy, feeling excited. So
That's lucky. I woke up before the sun to get here, so.
as we change the maps here, it looks like we're going to be taken to King's Row, one of my favorite maps.
Same here.
As we're just fixing up all the names and stuff.
Both teams are ready, so we will be starting into this next match.
Both teams are, and let's kick into it.
Initiating match.
All right, taking us to the beautiful, beautiful streets of King's Row. I absolutely love the atmosphere of this map. And I think that's partially why it's one of my favorites, but also just the way that it favors rush-style comps due to how many corners are available onto the map.
Some maps this one gives you some nice close quarter fights that everyone gets to have some fun.
And we're going to see that immediately here with the Orisa pick on the side of Akron for the defense. Being able to bounce from corner to corner, a very close range tank, being able to get in your face with the javelins, with the spins, sustaining with your fortify, and supporting that with the speed boost on a Moira. I think if they play this correctly, this comp can go the distance.
Strong, and my javelin is sharp. Great. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Detected.
I apologize about that as we're having some technical difficulties on the stream, but starting off this defense strong, finding an early pick here, and they're just able to hold this line, hold this corner for hopefully as long as they would like to. Like Frost not finding the space that they want. They get a little split here. The engage without their tank is something that you really don't want to look for, as Element Black is going to fall because of it. And Akron just absolutely pressing on the front here. And again, that's part of that coordination, having that confidence, knowing that you have those numbers advantage, those advantage in resources, and being able to confidently push like that is something that goes hand in hand with what this team wants to accomplish and the way they've been playing. We do have quite a few ults on the build-up here. I'm kind of interested to see how Grilled Cheese wants to use the Coalesce on the engage here. But it doesn't even matter as Levi is going early, very early with the Death Blossom and finds 3. What an ult. Absolutely going for such a sneaky play there, and just the one press of the Q is all they need to clean up that fight.
Ursuline now just kind of has to group up and try to get this point.
Ursuline also swapping to the Pharah, which I think is something very interesting. It's a little bit of a slower approach, being able to poke these guys out, taking advantage that they want to get all up in your face, but Akron's just going to say, we don't care. We're going to match your ultimates, and we're going to play in your face, and we're going to brawl you. We're not going to look at the Pharah. Both close coming through. Ursuline being able to force the point at time to do. Wow. And Ursuline just not being able to come through here. Not being able to break through the defense. And only using 2 ults to match their 2 ults as well, and being able to hold this line. On the side of Akron, they do have this B in response to the Ramastra ult. Ooh, but Levi falling early to Element Black, and Owen hitting a nice shot on the Lucio. That's going to force back something. Now they have an extreme advantage, and they can force point, and they're getting swarmed. Wow, and that is the kind of opening that they were looking for. Owen hitting that nasty shot. Element Black finding that kill early onto the Reaper. And now that they have this, I'm curious as to see how far can they steamroll off of this? Can they keep that momentum, and can they keep control of the map? And winning that fight as decisively they did with no ults, I think they can, if they keep their proper ult economy here, as Owen looks for a flank. Going on the side of Toast, going for something a little crazy, going absolutely in the back, kind of just saying, hey, look at me, I'm going to ignore you guys as my team, my tank pushes the front line, and now they're pincing on them. Ooh, maybe a little bit too much tension though as he does fall.
It is a good strat though, just kind of rush it, take all the fire away from your team as they are suddenly right next to you,
But Frost is forced to stand here and block as the entirety of Akron is forcing up. That is a tragic, tragic stagger. It seems like the snowball potential there was not enough, as Akron is just able to regain their grounds and said, hey, we messed up in that last team fight, let's focus up and let's lock out on this corner. Swapping over to the Soldier and the Echo. Maybe they were literally worried with the Pharah, forcing Element Black out to Sombra now. But look at this Orisa just being able to command so much space. He's going to have to give it up a little now, but they're able to find the trades for it. Maybe giving up that space was a little too costly as 2 members fall, and the Orisa is short after.
Ursuline getting separated from the team. The tank is supposed to take all the damage for the soft support members behind. And they got separated, and I think that was Ursuline's way of pushing forward.
Yeah, Ursuline being able to recognize that and push up and kill all the squishies in the back while the tank is out of the fight. Very, very smart plays here. But let's see how they recontest this. Decent ultimates. It doesn't look like they want to go for the touch, which is very surprising. Losing that touch means that the enemies will unlock their forward spawn and, more importantly, gain more time onto the meter to be able to push this payload. Going to stabilize on this corner. Maybe going to look for something to happen as soon as the Orisa pull comes through. That is a big slam, but doesn't seem like enough follow-up. They're going to have to give the corner as Frost is just pummeling through with his ultimate. Ooh, does find the trade, but maybe it's enough as the Lucio boops the Orisa. What a boop from Toast. Not unswingable yet, but the entire time the payload's being moved, so this is time off the clock that they're not going to be able to get back. Ooh, but amazing tracking there from Monk to be able to kill the soldier in there. And that might be the swing they need to be able to hold this defense. Let's see the POV of the Somber here, looking to make this EMP do very wondrous things. If this can hit a large quantity of people, I think this may be a very clean team fight on the side of Ursuline. Forcing out the Echo to 1 HP, finding the frag early is really what you want to see here. Maybe you can go fast with this with your team. Maybe not quite the follow-up we needed. Ursuline finding the kills, not moving the payload though. We're gonna have to be forced back, and Akron might have a late touch here. Using the Ko early to find Owen and Toast. It's a very scrappy fight, but Owen Dog with the boop on Frost. That'll seal the deal. Now Ursuline is very hard pressed to have a last touch here, as the Sombra is trying to play for her life. Ooh. Now they're really minimized on this time bank with close to 20 seconds left. They're going to have to be very extremely fast to be able to touch this point. Trying to touch it. He's got the sound berry to engage, but Akron will be able to match. Let's see how they use it. Use speed to try and take this, but Frost will drop early. The beat comes through late. You need that to sustain your tank, and they'll be able to match the beat. And now this is very inhibited as defenders. And with the Orisa having the ults, the players are falling. The pull just to seal it off. As Kiki falls and Frost is too late for the next. All being said and done though, they did move the payload quite far.
Yeah, that's hard. That's gonna be hard to contest.
Being able to push that distance, if you are strong in the rest of the map, you don't even have to worry about the other team getting there. If this team is extremely confident in the way they play, they know how these guys are gonna play, so maybe they can use that a little bit to their advantage in the defense here.
Almost 98% there?
Yeah, almost getting it all the way. But just maybe a 1 or 2 team fight difference really is all they needed.
That was just that last team fight that Akron was just able to stop them.
There's a little bit too messy. Maybe the communication falling just a little short, as everyone else was able to find the kills they needed, find the secures, but Frost on the Maga. Nope, he was just having fun. Now I think that Maga is a very slept on pick right now. That's what a lot of the professionals, that's what a lot of the high ranked players are playing in the games right now, and there's a reason for it. I mean, the dude just doesn't die. He's a very stable tank. He just soaks up the damage, does a little bit of damage when he can, really good at holding down the space, and really allows the DPS to swing angles as well.
I think he also has decent enough movement compared to like other tanks.
Decent enough, yeah, especially compared to something like...
if he is starting to get shredded, to get out of there.
He always has that option, which is nice, but we're going to see... Looks like Akron wants to go back to the Queen comp, which is something they showcased they were very strong on Oasis. As Frost here just wants to sit and hold the corner, wait for them to make a move. The shot will come out, maybe looking for an engage, but they're baiting the wall out, and the wall will drop. Queen maybe split a little bit, not finding the nice, but still being able to take the space. They were able to wrap around to point side here. Queen maybe a little split from the team, but has the shot, so it's okay. Kiki dropping early from Grilled Cheese. What a kill. Ooh, but with Queen falling, I feel like Monk has maybe been overstaying their welcome on the Widow here. And just with that, they do look like they're swapping over to the Soldier. Not finding enough value they needed. It's maybe nice to go for a shot or two. We're just right off the rip, but if you're not hitting those shots, you need something that helps you get in with your queen and really assassinate these target focuses they're going for here. Owen going extremely deep for the chase, fighting these two DPS, creating the split, getting lots of space for the team, splitting the Junker Queen. Again, showing that while Akron has very good communication, you gotta remember, Ursuline, these guys are respectable. These guys are gonna have probably equally as good communication to be able to pull off plays like that.
Ursuline able to hold him down though. Almost a full team wipe. The rest are just trying to go back into regroup. The whole economy here is both teams are almost entirely full.
Yeah, we're coming up in that extremely weird area where a lot of teams are going to start pressing a lot of Qs really soon, and I'm really excited to see how Owen wants to use his overclock.
See what happens, 'cause one Q usually leads to another, and there's a very high chance we just have 4 ults popping on each team.
And there's the first rush with the freeze and a sound barrier, as Owen here just still taking this fight up top here. But that freeze going to find the value that it needs.
Ursuline taking this ult with still 2 in the bank, only using 1 ult there, but still taking down 3 was
And I said, yeah, and keeping their ult economy at an all-time high. You're trading 2 ults for 1 on the side of defense here. Ursuline, like I predicted, they're playing this defense extremely well. Maybe they're not even concerned worrying about getting the 3rd point. Ooh, and just as I cast her curse, Owen will follow to the sniper of grilled cheese. As they're swinging with the tactical visor here, trying to find value. They'll find element black as well.
They got one down, however they do still have 4 ults in the bank.
This is maybe swingable.
Ursuline feels like they might try to rush in with all the ults here, just to keep them from even starting.
Oh, and it looks like they absolutely want to as they start with the Ram and use the OC as well. They're walking in. Owen and Frost absolutely doing so much damage to combine this point. Wow, you have to take a look at that, and that's a very nice hold, but at what cost? They burned 3 ultimates in that fight, so now this next one is kind of an uncertainty as both teams are dry.
I think it was worth it though, as both teams lack ults and they don't have much time left to go grab that point.
True, the side of Akron is very hard pressed for time. They need to get on this point in 15 seconds.
Now, the power of all these ults, it just makes team fights just a little slower, which is something that Akron does not want right now.
As Monk needs help from the Kiriko, looking for the touch on the point.
Just trying to contest. Getting knocked down though.
Grabs it. This is looking favored in the side of Ursuline as they're up 2 players currently.
And that's it. Team
And that's the
wipe.
clean wipe. Wow.
Like not even letting them push the payload.
What a performance.
That was amazing.
That is absolutely a crazy sight to see, and something that is so awesome because you can see, you know, they might have been afraid that they got pushed all the way through into 3rd, but if you're confident enough on these maps and you know how to play them, you don't even have to make that a concern for teams like this. That was a very, very dominant performance, showing that both of these teams are extreme contenders here.
Absolutely.
And we will bring it back as we go through the phases of starting the next map here.
That kind of surprised me.
Yeah,
In the first round, both teams were so even, but this was such a clean sweep for Ursuline.
especially because of how dominant that defense felt for Ursuline on first point there. Being able to full hold a team there is no easy feat.
Absolutely. I definitely think they're playing their ults so well as they're able to take 2 for 1 ult trade and then save 4 to just stop that push right at the very end.
To just swing it when they needed it the most. Yeah, the timing in those fights is absolutely impeccable.
You gave them just enough time to not only that, then that final fight where no one had ults, they still absolutely
They were still able to keep tempo in their favor, playing the map and playing the swarm, taking advantage of the speed comps. Now, it looks like we did have 1 player drop from the server. So, just a few technical difficulties, but hopefully that'll be figured out here soon.
maybe swapping in a sub.
Possibly swapping in a sub. That would probably be my guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a competitive series.
I'd love to see how far this team goes.
If possible, I would absolutely love to see these two teams bring it to a map 5.
I think I remember we talked to the coach. Coach wanted to prove themselves, and I definitely think they are doing so.
Especially from the side of Ursuline, they said they have players from across from all ranks, but something that they harped on great was their communication and being able to mesh together as a team, and that's definitely showing in their gameplay. I mean, that full hold just speaks miles of how great this team is performing.
Okay, we got our next map here.
What's this? Okay. Is that this? Top fire.
Just dealing with some stream setup here really quick.
Hello? The tab thing on the wire. Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey.
Perfect.
That's fun.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, now, well, hopefully you guys should be able to
Much
hear
better.
both of us much better. Yes,
Think my-
technical difficulties.
Yeah.
I've never personally ran stream production back here before, so I don't know
Me
how much
neither.
experience you have with it.
Not the master over here. I just know how to change between each screen, so.
Seems like they're gonna have a little bit of a change here
In
in the
lineup.
roster lineup, which is very interesting, swapping around the roles of players
Not
and
not
matching
very
with their sub.
Yeah, not very common. At least from what I know of this game.
It seems that Owen will be moving off of DPS onto support. With Blank coming in to fill for that DPS slot. I do believe no substitutions on the side of Akron. But just waiting for teams to call ours so we can get into the next map, Suravasa.
Yep.
The new Flashpoint game mode in Overwatch. Well, newish. It's the newest one.
Do you want to say ready?
Yeah, I'll drop prod R. So just waiting on the teams to get here. How much exposure do you have of Suravasa?
Not much. However, I do know that these like side flanks are very important.
Yeah, being able to control the maps, a lot of the space on these maps, being able to wrap around, really use your options is something really cool to see on this, as this will be the first point that we open up to here. Very, very wide open with these stairs here. Lots of potential for, especially DPS characters, to swing around and make some moves.
And still having the availability of that little bit of high ground that some of the DPS can reach.
For what little that it does offer, and it looks like both the teams are going to go for the Junker Queen Rush Mirror. Which is very cool. I know we've seen a lot of it on the side of Akron from right now, but Ursuline, I don't think they've pulled it out.
Yeah.
So very excited to see how Frost wants to play this, because they've already kind of gotten a taste, a little see of how Akron wants to use this Queen comp.
I'm eager to see how this is going to go this second round, as both teams are very, very aggressive, actually.
Yeah, both their playstyles. They want to get up in there, they want to get in your face, and they want to shoot you hard and fast. And that's something that I can respect, because that's
when two of those teams collide, it definitely makes for some interesting gameplay here. So.
But Toast falling early, that is not the pick that you want to see on the side of Ursuline here. Being able to force slow down, they have no speed to engage. Forced to play slow in this corner as they slowly start to fall. Maybe this fight is already lost.
Ooh. Getting a couple more picks on Ursuline here.
Just playing it slow, not wanting to give up yet, but they keep staggering slowly but surely here, and it's just Frost.
Just slowly getting a little more space.
being able to find that cure early means they will get the capture early, and unlike control point, the times tick on this point significantly faster.
Yeah. And I think another important thing is that you don't always need someone on this point. So in theory, you could push really far ahead and not even let them get close.
You can take a lot of control of the map here, as Levi wants to go for the Sombra, but doesn't quite find the D-invis on her. Does unfortunately fall. Now we're back to a 4v4 situation here as Ursuline wants to make a move on a point.
Yeah. Losing their support though.
Monk finding the kill on the Toast as Blank wants to come back here from the side. Help out the main fight the Queen, but Monk is absolutely killing everyone.
Ooh.
Nice EMP on the side of Ursuline, but it's not enough.
3 going down on Ursuline. Akron taking this point very easily right here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit premature to be able to commit that EMP in that fight when maybe it was already lost. Losing that ult economy and losing that point definitely feels quite bad.
Moving to this next point though. Akron getting there first. Even though it hasn't started points yet, they are still holding down the area already.
And Blank swapping over to the Genji will also reset a little bit of the ult economy.
Once again, that Lucio just trying to curl around, trying to distract him. Once again, the flanks are very important on this map.
Trying to look for a play, but you have to respect Monk. I mean, this guy is he's just in the shooting range right now.
Ooh, getting the ult canceled.
A nice and nasty deflect, but it does look like Akron still just able to hold it down.
Yeah.
Being able to clean up these kills, force the split. They're so coordinated with their attacks. That'll be another very clean sweep.
Dr. Washboard stomping through.
Now they did have to burn a little more in their ult economy. That was a 1-for-2 trade in order to get that victory. However, they still have 3 ultimates in the bank,
which is
compared to Ursuline's 1.
Almost have theirs. However, the fact that Akron's just holding this down so well makes it so difficult for them to even start getting their ults again.
They're making it very hard for them to break through and find an opening here. Especially with Element Black dying early to Own Dog, flying through the skies on his rollerblades.
Ooh, getting stuck inside the box here. Getting shredded down by the whole Akron team.
Oh wow, what a boop into Suzu combo to absolutely negate the entire ult from Frost.
Just keeping Ursuline off the point, not even able to contest.
They are so commanding at holding this space. You can tell that the Junker Queen from the side of Akron is so confident it's holding that space.
Levi trying to get this last pick here, but unable to, as Ursuline's able to just back off just barely.
Oh, they're feeling a little confident here taking this fight. This is the enemy spawn, but they find the Kiriko anyways.
Going hard in, just not even wanting Ursuline to get out of spawn.
It's giving them no respect whatsoever. Going to the spawn doors and killing 3. After capping 2 points, that has got to be a lot of salt in the wound.
Akron wants to prove that that last game was a fluke. They want to show that they have the skills to not just lose that easy.
And we'll see how they want to approach this. Ult economy is starting to balance out a little bit more, but still in the favor of Akron.
Yeah.
Matching the beat for the Dragon Blade.
Early boost to keep their team alive, allowing them to use the rest of their ults.
It'll be matching here as Frost is able to walk in relatively for free here, but Monk killing 2 on the side with Noon. And Frost is just standing still. He's given up.
Monk doing hefty damage to their team.
And trading so much ult economy like that, and Akron's still coming out on top. We're coming into last fight territory here.
Absolutely.
Ursuline's going to have to make a move, or this could be a very quick and decisive 3-0 map.
Last round, Ursuline was the ones holding this perfect ult economy, but this time around, Akron's the one trading 2-for-1 ults.
And now, yeah, how the tables have turned, kind of. You see that this is why these teams are extremely competitive.
Ooh.
We see the Junkrat comes out. We no longer see the Junkrat coming out as the Dragon Blade will
Ooh,
make quick work of that.
Ursuline goes down again just at that last
And
moment.
it seems they don't get the last touch to proc the overtime fight.
Akron showing dominance this round, not wanting to fall that easy again.
Yeah, what an extreme polar opposite from
Absolutely.
the last match.
Yeah.
As we see Monk here. Monk really decided to perform this match. He's on the flank. Huge 2K noon.
Ooh.
Very deadly with the shots.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that'll bring us into 2-1. So next map could be the
Blank.
end-all be-all.
Yeah. Blank dropping out again, I believe. Subbing again.
Maybe so that's not the performance that they were quite looking for. So we might see a new substitute, or maybe go back to the original starting 5.
I think that starting 5 definitely was able to hold their alts, you know. Both teams, even with the sub, both teams having awesome communication here. They're still able to work as a team incredibly.
Oh yeah, and I think that Flashpoint in general, and especially Suravasa, is something that Joker Queen is very strong on. And with Akron playing a lot of this Queen comp, obviously I think that's something that they have practiced. That's something that they're going to be comfortable on.
Absolutely.
So it does look like we're going to have Owen back onto DPS, and Kiki is coming back for the support.
Yep.
And our next map of choice is going to be Colosseo. Call the Prada R, and hopefully this will be a good map.
Yep. Ursuline's ready.
Both teams called R, so let's get it started. Colosseo and push. What a cool game mode.
Yeah.
So for all of the fans at home who don't know, this is our friendly little bot that we're going to be traveling through with in our journey of today's Overwatch match. Each team has a little barricade that this robot will push throughout the map. It's mirrored on both sides, so whatever you're seeing now is on the other side as well. And the team to be able to push it the farthest along this path is going to be the winner. It's pretty straightforward, but in Overwatch theory, this map is probably my favorite game mode, just because of how much the game knowledge is so crucial and important in this mode.
Yeah. And something important is that the bot moves very slow when it pushes the barrier. However, the barrier doesn't move backwards when the other team pushes the bot. So it's almost like a checkpoint in that the bot moves way faster when returning to push more points.
And being able to understand that mechanic is really crucial to understanding tempo and what fights you can and can't take.
Yeah, it's when to push is very important here.
But we're going to see Akron again rolling out in this Queen. It's something they seem very powerful and very comfortable on into this Sumatra especially.
Last game, it worked fairly well for them, so...
Let's see if they can keep up the tempo.
Right here, though, something I really like about this map is that this starting push right here, this area where the bot starts, very cramped. Very small.
Very tight.
Basically a hallway where you just have to fight with a small little corner, and I think whatever team takes that corner sometimes just wins the fight. Lucio once again trying to...
Nice knife. Can't quite find the confirm though.
Lucio drawing attention there for a second, allowing Ursuline to push in just a little bit, but they pushed in maybe a bit too far.
But Monk and Levi, what a dynamic duo. These guys just always seem to pop off at such proper timings. Even finding the late second to Lucio.
Yeah, chasing those kills, getting full wipe down on their team.
Just absolutely disgusting, the things these guys have pulled off in this series. As Levi's already 91% to a duplicate. This guy has been farming the damage, and I'm really excited to see how he wants to use this ult fast.
Gets the ult, saving it for a bit maybe.
Early Maywell comes out. Maybe Akron wants to look to punish that. The dupe will come through on the Ramatra as Monk finds Toast yet again. Ultimates coming through from both sides.
Ooh.
Very
Getting
scrappy
shredded
fight.
down even after the duplicate. Both teams losing a lot of members here.
But it seems it's just Ondog alive on the point, as Ursuline able to swing back a little bit of tempo and gain some control here.
Trying to run away, but not able to. Ursuline finally starting to take the point here.
Getting their swing back, getting their groove back. And only investing a Coalescence and a beat into that fight.
A little less ult, but it's about even here now.
As they're slowly getting this push up. If they can win this team fight, they will be able to snag the lead.
Absolutely, and they've proven that they only need one ult to sway with two. And using the freeze here.
Well, Monk will fall early as it's
Oh my
even back up,
gosh! A
maybe Akron
quick
has overstayed
destruction
their
on
welcome a
Akron.
little.
Once again, Ursuline proven that they don't need more than one ult to win a team fight here.
Wow, and Owen surviving on a mere 5 health.
Healing up their team a bit. Getting ready for this next push from Akron.
And just like that, they're able to snag the lead here. That's very important going into this fight. Keeping up their ult economy, keeping this lead. If you can get this lead early and set the basis, you can set the pressure for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Akron wanting to take that early lead, but Ursuline just meeting them back. This puts a lot of pressure on Akron because now they have to push the other way.
The high noon comes through, able to find Owen really quick here, and Kiki drops as well. Monk has just been on it today.
Absolutely. Getting play the game after play of the game and still getting these quick kills here.
Showing up when the team needs it most. They may have lost lead, but they won a very, very crucial fight there. Not allowing Ursuline to get the forward spawns.
Akron definitely shown that they don't want to go down either, so...
They're still putting up a fight, and they're going to put up a fight when it matters the most.
They're definitely close to lead. It's not impossible. It's one team fight away from getting lead, so...
And it's very doable here with the ultimates they have in their bank.
Ooh, chasing this.
Mora caught in the backline, not quite able to punish it as they're looking for a reset just to wait out that ultimate.
Akron taking some damage here, but...
Lane still looking for an engage.
Ooh,
but Monk sees
Ursuline out of
kills.
position here.
The beat comes through to sustain the team. And this is looking good for the side of Akron.
Yeah, Ursuline maybe pushing a bit too forward.
Using the ults to match.
Ooh, even through all the support, Frost just going down after team down.
Ooh, and maybe Toast with that beat.
That's
extremely late, and this,
yeah.
I don't believe this is swingable for them.
Ooh.
Alum and Black will find the kill late onto Ondog, but it's not enough.
That's a down for Ursuline. I think this might give Akron enough time to get lead here. Maybe.
Seems they don't want to take it though because of how close those respawns are. They don't feel comfortable taking that what would have been 2v4.
Yeah, they opted to back up, get their team back first, just to win the next team fight.
Say we got enough push for now. We're gonna be content with it. We still got 5 minutes to win this thing.
They do have slightly better ult economy here, so they might be ready before Ursuline is.
Wow, Levi on that duplicate getting
shredded
by that OC. Sliding in and aggressing.
High noon not leading to anything.
Looking for another, but falling short.
Ursuline still going down though. Still about it's still 3v3 at the moment, but that's a quick down on Monk, who's probably their best DPS at the moment. Just losing all that.
The kill on the Queen. It's slowly falling apart as Ursuline is slowly but surely being able to swing tempo back in their favor.
Getting the double shield.
Especially with Ursuline coming up on Kitsune Rush here, I think this is going to be a very impactful fight.
This right here is what's going to matter for Akron to make their push.
So they have it here. Let's see how the Kiriko wants to use it.
There it
Down
goes.
the main.
Once again, that hallway map coming in clutch with this Kitsune Rush, basically covering the entire team.
But wow, what a wall from Element Black though, just to stall and give time and
just to be able to heal the rest of the
Ursuline's
team.
able to re-swing with the Coalescence.
However, Ursuline's still just taking that fight. Like, we don't care about your ult. We're pushing anyway.
And this is why like such
Whoa.
a strong feature of their communication. They're able to kite that ultimate and re-swing with theirs, so they negate the entire value and push with the strength of their own. And just like that, they're gonna get the full response here.
Really, the robot reaching the checkpoint here.
And that unlock capture is huge on the side of Ursuline. Almost getting the environmental kill, but maybe
shredding down the Orisa.
Too long.
Akron trying to make something happen here, but
able to find the kill in the overclock, but Frost pummeling is just too strong.
Although it is Frost going down, and Akron is able to just barely get the robot back. The spawns are so close once they get far, so
extremely messy fight. I think the prowess of the Reaper pick caused them actually a surprising amount of trouble.
Yeah. Something important here is that once you push far, the spawns get really close. So every team fight, even though you might win, you might not win the next one, which can happen mere seconds later.
You really want these fights to be clean and decisive, and that's going to be
that's decisive
on the side of Levi.
Full team wipe.
Wow. And especially winning that fight with just one press of a Q2, that is what you love to see, to be able to swing it into your favor.
Yeah, having both support ults up on Akron's side, very important here.
Own Dog having the beat, hopefully for a response in the Ramatra ult. They don't quite cap the forwards. It looks like we're having a very early fight on the point now.
Akron having some trouble here, may need to use some power.
There's the B comes through to try and hold it, but Akron, wait, Frost's falling off the map?
Akron's holding on now that their tank is gone. Their squishies are dying.
And this might be the turn that Akron needs.
Yeah.
Wow. What a messy fight, but at the end of the day, they will secure the forwards here.
Absolutely. Akron just pushing a little bit here.
It seems maybe they've
not lead yet, but still holding. Ooh, Orisa backing up, but getting chased by the whole team.
And trying to get that lead, they may have overstayed their welcome. And
Ursuline once again.
That fight.
Ursuline once again having that awesome ult economy here, having 3, although the 4th is down. So
being able to snag up on Owen there is kind of what they need. They do lose their forward, but Orisa back very soon. As Toast falls, this is looking better and better for Akron.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Being able to walk in, Levi is just full walking with his shotguns here. Maybe a little bit too split from his team.
Ooh. Akron doing a great job keeping the members who have ult down out of the fight.
While also building their own as well. Coming into this last fight here,
they got 4 ults. That's health boost for the team. They do not want to lose this fight right here, as they only have a second left.
Oh, it's super scrappy.
Overtime started.
From Element Black. That might
Akron going down. That's what Ursuline needed to defend here. And that is going to be enough.
Wow, we are going to about 5. What a series.
That was crazy. Both teams being so neck and neck there the whole time.
So going back to that original 5 roster, doing what they know is going to work, tried and true. And absolutely performing here.
I definitely think that super big strong suit here of Ursuline is that they have this awesome ability to use 1 ult for 2. Even though Akron had 4 ults there, still Ursuline was able to just counter them perfectly.
Now we will merge back over as we get all things settled up in the lobby. But this is my first cast of the day, and wow, what a first cast it is.
This is my first Overwatch cast ever, and this is perfect. This is awesome. This is exactly what I want to call.
What a series to watch, because this is so neck and neck. We have teams full holding each other. We've had teams going neck and neck on a push map, and now it's all going to come down to, I believe we have payload left.
Yeah.
Which would be extremely interesting to see, because if it's anything like the hybrid series that we were just shown, then maybe Ursuline can take
I was about to say, Ursuline showing that they love their push and payload, so...
They were extremely confident on that King's Row defense, and if they can hold up something on that, on like a payload map, I think we'll see a very similar outcome.
Absolutely.
But Akron, though, still seeming so extremely confident in their play. It'll be close regardless.
Absolutely. Even if this last match is a sweep, it's still, this was such a close set.
Yeah, this series, I think, on a different given day, could have gone any which way.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like the last map we will be going to is Havana. A very big swing, a very big change in what we have been seeing today.
Production ready to get into this last match here. I'm excited.
I'm excited, especially because this is going to be such a change in tempo as well.
Oh, absolutely.
This is a map that people like to play shield tanks, like to play snipers. They really slow the game down just because of how long the sightlines are on this map.
So these picks of Junker Queens might be not as effective here.
So we'll see as Ursuline, or it should be Ursuline. It should be Akron's pick for side.
Mm-hmm. Teams deciding whether they want to attack or defend. It's Akron's pick at the moment.
They picked map.
Oh, I guess they did. Ah, okay. All right.
They do want to defend. Sun and Akron. All right, both teams are. So let's get into it.
Cool.
So we got everything set up, and look at this map.
Nice.
Even this first point, just seeing this super long road, very favored to snipers.
Wide
and
open.
This map, we're gonna be following along this payload. So instead of a robot pushing a little barricade, this payload's gonna make its merry way along the road, all the way throughout the map, all the way throughout the 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
And on the side of the defense, we are seeing the fabled Sigma pick. They're going to really want to set up on this corner, stabilize hard, make sure they have a very solid anchor that their DPS can work around. And on the offensive side, I don't know if they're staying with this, but they want to run the Queen.
On a map like this, with all this range, surprisingly, very little snipers.
It's a very interesting, and if they do want to run this, they're going to have to play it very peculiarly.
This is definitely a up-close personal team here that they're given on a map that doesn't necessarily favor it.
Let's see how they want to approach this. The Queen is something they've been running all series, and they find some quite comfort in it. As a very early knife on the Sombra, are they able to find that?
Whoa,
Element
very
Black
early
maybe getting
kill.
a little too greedy there. Wow. That'll be a
Maybe that aggro build is working out a little for them. Getting that early kill.
Especially if they're able to find quick punishes like that throughout the entire series here.
I definitely think that puts some major pressure on Akron in that they can't make a mistake here, because the comp they're running, Ursuline's running, is definitely a high punish build. They are ready to take any opportunity they have.
And Monk finding those angles, and Levi just being able to push in with that dash. The Queen following up on it. They're just putting them into a bowl.
This major pressure just forcing Ursuline out of there. Or, sorry, Akron.
Just finding the kills early, I think that just goes to show how confident Monk is feeling today. Monk came here ready to play because they're able to find kills on the players into the poke comp.
Ooh.
And just like
Akron able to sway the fight quickly in their favor.
Give a little bit of a caster curse as the poke team goes in for a very fast rush and is actually quite dominant over the Queen comp, surprisingly enough.
My ultimate is charged.
But we will see Monk going back to the Cassidy, maybe more of a comfort pick here as they were dominating earlier.
Opting to go through the main path here against this team with a lot better ranged abilities.
Yeah, especially with the Flux coming up, that's going to be a nice little two-piece for Frost here. Alongside the Colts forcing a lot of kills, going to find Monk.
Crazy ult here. Not necessarily taking kills, but putting Ursuline in a horrible position. Many of their team low, having to retreat.
And finding that one kill is realistically all they needed too to be able to win that team fight. Because
you don't need to get the kills, you just need to get them out of there.
Akron's giving them the respect, saying, "Okay, you've killed one of our players. We're gonna wait, and we're gonna come back next."
Yeah, they got plenty of their ults ready to just go take this back from Ursuline. Or, sorry, Ursuline keeping their ability to defend here.
Someone I've been loving to see is Levi here, and I really want to see how he uses this Dragon Blade. Maybe not gonna go for it yet because the beat, but the beat will wear off, and he'll look for it now.
Going for this combo, although getting the kill with it.
It's nice patience there, and Monk and the Junker Queen are there to follow up on the back
Levi's
end.
still just wanting these kills. Akron pushing forward.
Being able to isolate that Sojourn after the slide like that, securing that kill, allowing the rest of his team to walk up like that.
Yeah, and that team fight from Akron was enough to get them to the next point, which gives them more time to push.
With 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the bank here. I would like to see how Dr. Washboard uses the Queen ult here. What a large axe. His Monk
Crazy push, but it kind of and definitely works out for Akron.
Wow, being able to wrap around them like that, just showing the superior angles.
Getting so many, yeah, almost knocking down their entire team, Ursuline's entire team.
But it's enough to force them out. Again, it's the respect, being able to say, we've killed enough players that you guys can no longer fight us.
Absolutely. Akron making sure that they don't go down. They want this last game to be a good one. So.
And a good one it will be, as Kiki actually drops early. That's very surprising to see.
Ooh, getting separated.
Confident in taking this 1v1, but
absolutely. Ursuline for once going down.
And they're still putting the pedal to the metal on this payload.
75% of the way to the third checkpoint here.
So yeah, just in a minute 30, they've almost fully capped the second point here.
They're moving fast. They don't want Ursuline even trying to stop them.
Ooh, maybe Element back going for a little bit too ambitious of a play there. It seemed like the dive might have been early.
Yeah, Ursuline panicking maybe, just trying to get in to stop them, but Akron's showing that they don't want to be stopped.
Yeah, Akron is not letting up at all.
They haven't even used any of their ults here. Yeah, their whole team. If they wanted to win a team fight, they could have done it a long time ago.
And the stagger onto Toast, wow. You can tell these guys are ready to play.
Absolutely. Ursuline just so ready.
And Monk just absolutely not missing. I think this guy's gotten at least a double kill every fight.
Ursuline holding back, trying to just even stop them from getting a little farther. Trying to use these snipe points as they know their team has a little better range. But kind of hard to challenge a team with 5 full ults here.
Yeah, they just have so much they can pull out of their pocket at any second here.
There's nothing stopping them from almost crushing the entire team. Ursuline having a respectable amount of ults here, but
as we see the Queen go in very fast, very early.
Queen going in. Oh, gets almost shredded, but saved.
What a Suzu on the EMP into a beat. And this is the power of having these ultimates. They can make these silly little plays.
Yeah, Ursuline using their ults, and Ursuline once again showing that they are able to win a team fight with much less ults than the other team.
But Frost absolutely showing a dominant performance there with the ultimate, getting a 4K to clean up the fight.
Pushing this point back just a little bit. Goes a little slow, but it's enough. And Akron already back. They do not want to lose their momentum, as they still do have 3 ults in their bank.
Ooh, but Kiki dropping early. They're able to swing that corner so quickly.
Ooh.
As Monk comes through with the
Woo.
Dune. Funneling through, trying to pressure the Sojourn. And the Beat will come through on the side of Ursuline. Monk getting pressured out. This is the kind of pressure that they need to put on Monk, but even then, it's
Monk,
still not enough.
Yeah, Monk getting the kill, defending himself perfectly.
I think Akron knows that they have a very strong player in Monk, and they play like it.
Akron still pushing point just a little bit here, even though they're down 2.
Kitsune Rush coming onto point, try and clean up here. They really want to end this map now.
And they're almost there, only 2 meters away.
You see the Queen, but maybe the kills aren't coming through fast enough. Ursuline's going to be back to stable up to 5 here.
Ooh. Akron just holding on just a little bit here, trying to stay in, but Akron going down.
Ooh, but Monk did trade too, but it's simply not enough. The respawn's too strong.
Yeah, Akron, a whole team going down. Ursuline just barely able to defend at the end here.
Those quicker respawn times offering so much value into these really messy and longer fights. But with Element Black with another EMP here, maybe he's looking for a little bit of redemption since the last EMP fell a little short. This could be a very fight-winning and maybe even defining EMP for the series.
Absolutely.
And so go for the early hack on the Genji, but he'll die early so he won't get it off.
Oh boy, Akron pushing in right here, only having a second left, but overtime starting. They might just clear here.
Now it's up to Frost with the ultimate on point, but being matched into 2 ultimates, he's going to have to hold block, and he can't do much as Monk is killing 2.
Not enough health, and Akron pushing this last few bit. Ursuline, all 5 down.
Late. And just like that, Akron will be able to get the full capture.
Incredible.
Without a second to spare as well.
Yeah, Akron just pushing in right at the end, wiping a team when they needed to.
It's a little unfortunate to see Element Black holding on for that EMP for too longer. I wonder if there's a world if that's able to be popped earlier and you can swing tempo back into your favor, but dropping and having to wait for that respawn gave Akron so much time to be able to wrap around and take control of the map in the way they wanted to.
Yeah, Ursuline now has to prove some real skill here. They got to push faster than Akron did, which was already insanely fast. They didn't lose a single team fight.
So
well,
the pressure is on. They were feeling confident in the King's Row, but maybe Havana here is not a map that they are as confident on.
Throwing the chair. Not liking how this is going.
Mad already. Classic Ramatra shenanigans.
Switching to the more defensive Orisa here.
But I think I do like the Orisa pick on the defense especially. It gives you a little bit more options, a little bit more survivability. And you're able to bully their Ramatra more. Gonna kick up some dirt. And it looks like we may be looking at a close hold here.
Whoa, instantly starting out with walling them out.
Now this is exciting. I love the close hold like this. Playing tight in these corners, not letting them be able to walk out of their spawn at all.
They don't even want them to get close to this payload.
Going for the early jab. First got the cool vines.
Toast going down quickly.
Early kills. Being able to keep the pressure on the Ramatra, making sure that their tank is not able to take any meaningful space at all, putting so much pressure on the DPS to swing, but Levi is just killing them.
Oh my gosh. Doing tons of damage here.
Sojourn trying to make something happen in the background, but maybe
Akron just keeping them in place. Once again, Ursuline is on a time crunch here because they got to outdo Akron, but Akron doesn't want to be outdone.
They want to burn this time as long as possible because as long as they hold these fronts, the other team can't move the payload. Both Moira's traded, which means this will be a very, very low healing fight here.
Yeah, Ursuline having 2 minutes 50 seconds here. just to even get to the first checkpoint until they get a time bonus.
Wow, committing the B and wall
Ooh.
on the Ramatra.
Getting
That's
him
gonna be a massive stagger.
Yeah, cutting the tank off from the team isn't a good thing. That's pretty bad.
Owen swapping to the Bastion. He's gonna swap back so we can get turret back faster. I don't think that's something they were accounting for. And now the Lucio is extremely low.
They're gonna do it again.
He's going out. Wow, and that's enough pressure.
Hey, if you use that, it allows you to get some powerful abilities off cooldown really quickly.
Wow, what a choreographed play.
Yeah. Yeah. Ursuline able to use that to just get out of their spawn and start pushing this payload. They need this time bonus after this first checkpoint.
But still, now they're back here able to commit ults on this corner fight.
Akron
They've already
pushing
burned off 2
forward.
minutes.
Akron putting ults to stop them, but Ursuline going down a
coming
bit.
up on top, but still fighting.
Ooh, Ursuline going down.
But it will be just a 1v2 in the end, and Ursuline is going to be able to swing the tempo into their favor. Now that they're out of the spawn, they're ready for vengeance.
Akron going down quickly.
Coming up, especially with the 2 ults in the bank against Akron's none. This should be quite a clean team fight.
Akron looking like they're going to want to try to just keep them from getting the checkpoint first. They're gathering a bit.
They do
Oh, here they go.
Which may force something out from Ursuline. And there's the Ramatra ult. Frost does not want Monk going on that flank. He knows he's a very deadly player and needs to take care of him instantly.
Akron just trying to push here, taking a ton of damage though.
Coalescence will be committed to try and swing this fight.
Ooh.
Will it be enough? It's enough to stave them off for a bit, forcing out many cooldowns, and Grilled Cheese is able to live.
Able to keep them alive just for a little bit, but Akron's support go down.
Oh, what a messy, long, and drawn-out fight.
The important thing here is seeing who it goes. Akron popping beat, but Orisa still getting shredded. That's 2 going down for Akron, and that gives Ursuline enough time to get this checkpoint.
And wow, eventually Ursuline will come out on top. Lots of time and lots of ultimates expended, but they will come out with the checkpoint.
Ursuline worth it. Giving them 2 minutes 40 seconds left to get to this next one, which is not as much time as I think they would like.
But it's still enough time to get them done, because we were able to see Akron complete this second objective here in 1:30. So if they're able to roll through with enough steam, I think they can make it there. But that ultimate's going to make it really hard as Owen Dog finds Owen early.
Oh, 3, 4 going down, almost. 4 going down for Ursuline. Only Morio left, and that's down 2.
And Levi going in so confidently with these dashes and Blade.
Akron probably wanting that kind of team fight before the checkpoint, but they're still holding on very well, defending perfectly.
Oh yeah, they're very happy to slow down their tempo because they're the entire match they've been playing time.
Absolutely.
They've been playing so much time because
they just need to just keep them out. Ooh, getting a pick right off.
Dying early to Monk. You cannot wide swing this guy.
Yeah. Monk getting these perfect shots, getting these perfect picks on anyone trying to peek.
He's so confident too. You can see that with his movement as well, just moving up, not being afraid of any other player.
Ooh,
dismantling the May.
May trying to go around, pops the freeze, but aren't able to capitalize on it.
Quite unfortunate here. Levi.
Very close range battle going on here.
No cooldowns. Ooh, my Owen able to slide up and hit a nasty shot onto him, being able to punish.
Once again, absolutely charging the frost on Ursuline's team. Akron not wanting them to get any farther. Pharah going down on Akron.
This Pharah has been getting somewhat bullied the entire match. As Bug comes down with the high noon, not going to find any, but it's enough to split off Frost, and this is a long, drawn-out fight that Akron wants to take.
Yeah, Akron winning that long fight. They are able to still keep 3 of their ults, too.
Keeping their ult economy, burning down the timer to less than 40 seconds here.
Ursuline needed to push here, but not having the same economy as Akron.
We're coming up to last fight territory here, and Frost is going to have to make something huge happen here. But with 2 down early in that Orisa ult, it's
using the
very,
ult,
very hard to see. Frost just absolutely exploding as his team dies early around him.
Yeah, as the tank dies, supposed to sponge the damage, but without their tank, Ursuline can't push very well. Most they can do here is at least try to just get on top of the point in this 8 seconds.
Now the ultimate economy is quite similar, but they have 3 seconds to touch the point.
They are able to get to it, and now they just need to win this team fight to push a little farther.
They're onto it now, but Kiki drops early. The beat
Getting
coming
that
out,
health
but it's possibly
boost.
too late as 2 has already dropped. Akron's able to match the beat, but they have numbers advantage.
That's team advantage. 4 going down.
Rushes will
And
come out. And it's
the
just
moment this Frost
swinging
is
onto the
down,
point,
that's game.
and no one will be able to touch. And Akron takes it all.
Incredible play from both teams. That was incredible.
Incredible play, and what a map to end it off on as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Frost here, trying his absolutely hardest.
Absolutely.
Just walking in, pummel domination, getting the 4K here. Absolutely beautiful.
That was an incredible series.
Absolutely incredible. Both extremely very talented teams wanting to show their place here in this series.
Respectful
And I think
GGs in the chat.
they both did a very good job.
Absolutely. Ursuline, I would think, still proving themselves that they are definitely something to watch out for.
Oh, extremely, yeah. With how close this series was, I think any different day this could have gone any which way.
Mm-hmm. Even like in each match, Ursuline sweeped Akron game 2, and then suddenly, it's so even. But Akron able to just barely pull out there.
And I wonder if that's maybe just a thing to the confidence in certain maps, and maybe that's a map they practice a lot, and that's something that they're extremely strong on. But when it comes to these later matches, maybe they aren't as well polished.
Mm-hmm. I think they also showed specialization in each of the modes. I think Akron absolutely dominated their point captures there, but then Ursuline liking the point push.
Oh yeah, Akron definitely felt dominant on the control, the flashpoint maps, extremely dominant at that. And then to have it all come down to the payload, the kind of like median, the middle breaker between the two, really showing which team deserved to be on top, who wanted it more.
Yeah, that'll be it for this series.
Yeah, that'll be it. So we will move the stream to the Be Right Back, and we'll be waiting for the next game. But thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed your stay.
Audio. Is this the quarterfinals? What's going on, Esports Ohio? I'm XGodStatus. I'm here with Salem. We're going to be casting this match between Warren Harding and Barberton. Obviously going into now, I believe, second or third round is definitely going to be a very exciting match, narrowed down to some of the stronger teams. Warren Harding, this is actually their first year having an esports program. Very exciting that they made it to regionals. I know that they had a perfect regular season, and they're known for running more like a poker comp. So, you're going to be playing around corners, having your tank further up, and just slowly playing for picks. Whereas with Barberton, definitely known for running like brawlier comps, and we might see that come out in some of the map picks that they end up going with. Barberton has made it to regionals every year that they've had this program, but this is actually going to be the first year that they have made it past round 1. And so, very exciting match ahead of us. Again, they also had a phenomenal regular season, going 6-1. I have no clue what Adrian's up to. Yeah, just waiting now on the teams for them to tell us that they're ready, and we're going to be able to go into this. Got it. These guys are all mixed up. Got Sky, Ranch. We're going to be heading into our first map right now, and we are starting, of course, on control. Warren Harding. Alright, and we are going to be heading now into our first match. Now, Nepal is definitely going to be the sort of map, at least on this point, that's going to favor the brawl style teams. Definitely able to take advantage of these corridors, just slowly back up to the corners. Not a lot of long angles that maybe a pokier style team could be playing. So Warren Harding might have to try to work around that, but we will have to see. Both teams loading in right now.
I do think we're going to see Warren holding more along the coastline instead of towards the point so that they can poke from across the map.
Absolutely. Now starting up on Warren, going to be walking out of the Bastion, Cassidy, Zarya, Kariko, and Ana. Barberton coming out on the Sigma, Tracer, Reaper, Lucio, Moira. So definitely Barberton looks like they're going to be able to get to this point a bit faster than Warren, which is definitely going to be very, very strong for their sort of play style. You want to be able to take as much space as quickly as you can. And we're seeing that play out right now. Barberton able to take this right high ground. But Ranch finding an early pick on Parakeet God. And Warren's immediately going to jump on that, pushing them back into this corner and taking up their own space, playing around this angle. Let's see. Warren has already captured point, taking a very strong position. Looks like Tommy Boy Ohio here is caught out, having to use his Wraith to get back. Then Warren's just going to try to stance up around this next corner as Barberton able to regroup now, rushing all 5 onto point. And this is really going to be one of the strengths of those brawlier comps, just able to push right in very aggressively and play for those picks. Able to take down Dom, their Bastion. That's a lot of damage down for Warren. The rest of them will then eventually fall. Not noticing the Ranch is still hiding here. Oh, looks as though Morbo has finally figured him out. That's a huge stagger for Barberton. And Warren able to take 20%, but definitely also going to be hindered by the fact that their caster will be back 5 to 10 seconds later. You can see Parakeet here playing this off angle on the left, and this is one of the strengths of this map. Already pulling out the Coalescence to just hold them off and absolutely just stuff them into this chamber. Very hard to push through, even with the Zarya Bastion, which we are seeing play out right now. Far to use Suzu though, Bubbles and their turret form, bringing out the Bastion ult to maybe see if they can pressure some of these people out on the left side. Which is in fact where Warren's going to be pushing. Able to shut down that Reaper ult, the Death Blossom. Very big ultimate for Barberton, just completely off of the board now. We're seeing more and more ults come out. Warren absolutely has the ultimate advantage, but all of them are dead. So, we're going to get this. They're going to be pushing.
Miss Blossom, it looks like they were able to recoup some value with that Flux.
Absolutely. And already back up to their next Coalescence, just about 71%, depending on the length of this this hold here. Looking like a very strong position for Barberton. They did have to use ults. Warren has 4 of theirs, everything except for the Junkrat tire, which is a new switch. But this overclock is just going to be so oppressive. Burning through the Zarya bubbles. Oh, but Dom able to find him with the Junkrat mine. That's a huge pick for Warren Harding, and they're definitely going to want to capitalize on this as soon as they can. With Beat being the only ult that Barberton is going to be able to take advantage of here. A very powerful ultimate, make no mistake. But it'll have to be timed just about perfectly. And there we are. We're seeing that. They should be able to take advantage. Oh! But an absolutely huge Deadeye from Branch, taking out 2. This is absolutely Warren Harding's fight to win now that they are up 3. Taking control back of the point and pushing Warren Harding back. Now swapping the positions, and they are going to be the ones that are held under this first archway. And have to fight for their lives to get through. But seemingly giving up all of the space right away, Barberton is able to just push right up to this. Dom finding a huge pick on Tommy Boy Ohio. Barberton's going to look to regroup as quickly as they can, but it's no good. Dom's now found a second pick, playing on this just very strong angle with the Junkrat. And again, that's what we're talking about with this map. The characters that are able to just spam down these chokes and really take advantage of the indoors sort of form of this map. The Junkrat can be very, very oppressive, very explosive, even with this most recent patch. Taking away his 2-shot combo. When it's team played like this, that damage is raining down, and now Warren looking in a very good spot to maybe completely flip this map. 83% on the board. This is going to be final fight here for Barberton. They're going to have to make a move. Perky God finding a huge pick onto Ranch. Nano Boost still the only ult available for the side of Warren Harding, and they're going to have to push back in very soon. Nanoing the Zarya. This is an absolutely terrifying sight to see on point. Catching the Moira out without the fade, but will they be able to secure the kill? Doesn't look like it. Barberton is absolutely their fight to win, with Ranch rushing back for the touch. The Soul Genji, can he be the heroic Blade Master? Does not look like it in this situation. And Barberton will be taking round 1 on Nepal.
Score 0-1.
Looks like we are finding ourselves on the village map for this second one. Definitely a bit more open. This might favor Warren Harding's playstyle a bit more. Interesting to see if they're still going to run the Zarya with these longer walks that you have to take on these much more open angles. And it looks like Barberton's going to be making the swap over to a Pharmercy with the Ramada. This is a very interesting team composition to be playing. But that Pharmercy absolutely will just have complete dominance of the sky on this map. And no Lucio on their side now. Looks like they're going to be arriving at roughly the same time. Pushing high ground, both of them. Is definitely a very conventional opening for these maps. And again, that Junkrat just able to throw those mines into there and really just such an oppressive force without having to cost any cooldowns or anything. Immediately is going to cause Barberton to rotate out to main. And we're just going to see, again, here's the effect of this Pharmercy. We'll be able to constantly pull their attention. Now, well, one of the weaknesses of Pharmercy, of course, is if you just ignore them and go after the other healer, in this case their Moira, can be a very easy way to get a pick on the backline and force the other team to make a move. We'll have to see if Warren Harding tries to make a play like that. And there we are, able to immediately find 2 picks on both Ranch and Eclipse. The rest of the team soon falling. This is going to be Barberton capturing the first point.
I did see a lot of focus on the Pharmacy right there, especially from the Genji playing Ranch.
It looks like Barberton's going to want to set up on the high ground here. You can see what this may look like from their end. Swapping off to the Orisa on the side of Warren Harding. Very, definitely a very oppressive pick, although in terms of being able to counter this Pharmercy, looks like they're just going to go for an absolute rush now onto anybody who's not in the sky. Now playing around this first main archway, pushing through, making that space, but again the Pharmercy just with those damage boosted rockets able to find Dom very early on in this fight. That's going to cost them a lot of cooldowns. Both DPS down now for the side of Warren Harding, and we're seeing the barrage ult coming out. And just like that, Warren Harding has completely fallen. Very quick, very clean teamfight win for Barberton. Only using 1 ultimate, and they're going to be able to have that Death Blossom coming up now. Swapping over to the Lucio for the side of Warren Harding. Going to see if they can maybe try to speed quicker, but oh my gosh. Very, very sneaky Death Blossom. Incredibly well played from Tommy Boy Ohio. They did not expect that there would be a Reaper there ready to ult, finding 2 huge picks. Trading out tanks, but still, Warren Harding is going to find themselves down 2 players, and already Barberton has been able to get 66%, 70 even, on the board, with no big ultimates on the side of Warren Harding. The Coalescence and the Annihilation for the side of Barberton, very, very key ultimates, especially for zoning this final fight, wanting to delay their touch as much as possible. The only play here for Warren Harding really would be to charge up those DPS ults as quickly as possible. But we're seeing right now the Annihilation is coming out. If you're standing in that ultimate, it will not end, and a push has to be made. Trading the Pharah and the Reaper now. And then Deadeye is able to be charged, but I can't say if Warren Harding has touch or not. 99%, and they don't. Incredibly well played from Barberton, just taking advantage, knowing when to move back, and Barberton is going to take map 1.
Warren just really had no answer for the Pharmacy.
They really didn't. They had brought out the hit scan, but I feel like their focus too many times was split. They're focusing on the Pharmercy, then they're getting run down by the people on the ground. Again, Ramatra is a very aggressive very brawly pick, especially with the Moira, just so much healing, able to come out. Coalescence will charge so fast.
Right, even Tommy on Reaper was able to kind of get a lot of value with the Ramatra on the ground, whereas if they were to focus the Pharah, they just can't contest it. It's just too much damage.
Going on over to Hybrid now, they're going to choose Paraiso for map 2. It's going to be Warren Harding having that advantage, able to choose the next map. And that's right, so Warren Harding is also going to be making a swap on the back line here. Just waiting for their other player to come in and then check if the teams are ready. Barberton, again, taking that first map on Nepal. A very strong start for them. That second point was not as close as the first one. And they really did take advantage, again, playing around the sorts of maps that were being chosen. And I'm very interested to see Paraiso, bit of an unconventional map pick for Hybrid. Going on a 3 to 4 minute break right now, bringing in AO Killer for the back line on Warren Harding. Giving the teams a bit of time to breathe, talk about what they might want to be playing around. Paraiso could be one of these maps where there's much longer angles to play, very strong high grounds to hold down. So we might be seeing like strong hit scan picks, think Sojourn, think Ash, the kinds of things that could just take those positions and really force the opposing team to fight an uphill battle and burn a lot of cooldowns in order to contest.
One thing I am worried about with this Paraiso pick is I have seen a lot of times that this map is dominated by a Pharma Mercy. So I'm nervous about the Pharmacy pick into here. It might just be too oppressive yet again, like we saw on the last map. And I'm hoping that they find an answer to it with this pick.
I definitely agree. Pharah Mercy, Pharah Echo, both very strong on this map just because of the verticality, but also the natural cover is going to be very vertical in turn. So there's a lot of places. It's sort of in between, whereas you can play very high up, but it'll still feel like a quarter. There's a lot of ways that you can easily duck behind cover, just poke out with those damage boosted rockets or sticky bombs, and just absolutely pressure down the attacking team. Both teams now ready. We are going to be going into Paraiso, the hybrid map pick from the side of Warren Harding. Always been a fan of the Paraiso music, even though I play with music off.
I'm a big fan of the map. All of the colors and such.
It is very colorful. The map itself, I cannot laud as unilaterally as you.
On the red side, we have a beautiful city, and on the blue side, we can see the beach and the skyline.
We really can. So let's see. I wonder if Barberton's gonna play down here with these tram cars, make use of the skyline as a bit of a diversion.
Yeah, I do think they buffed the cars, actually. It's been really common that a lot of teams will just hold in that car that you can see traveling.
They did recently. I do remember that, I believe. Again, like I'm saying, this high ground, look at how far up these teams would have to push.
It is very difficult. These maps have been known to draw on very long because it is just such a far distance to push the payload. And going uphill, too, it just requires so much horsepower.
Exactly. Warren Harding starting here on the side of defense, opting not to play the high ground, but as I had suggested earlier, we are seeing double hit scan with the picks of Sojourn and Soldier 76. Though immediately sacrificing a lot of space to Barberton, who's pushing in with the Roadhog pick, and definitely playing more to the brawlier strength that they had suggested they might be playing. With this Tracer, able to just harass the backline, sort of draw attention. Ranch finding a pick onto Tommy Boy Ohio right away, but is immediately traded out for the Sigma and the Moira. Absolutely a trade that I would take on the side of Barberton. Now down to Lucio, but Ranch himself is down. An even fight, in fact, this is 2v2 with the boosted Soldier on high ground versus the Hog and the Moira. It's going to be interesting to see if Warren's going to be able to hold this off. Just one hook is all it takes, and that is what we are seeing from the side of Barberton, able to find that Soldier. No mercy healing is going to be able to prevent that. And Barberton, very quickly, with 5.5 minutes on the time bank, is going to capture this first point. So we're seeing now here, this is the high ground that was mentioned. Being able to hold up here with that Sigma, with the double hit scan, would be very strong, but Warren opting to play down main instead. Which is not an entirely unsensible choice, as these hooks can be very scary, but playing on main will not stop Funeral from just being able to pick somebody off, and now Warren Harding, we are going to see, is absolutely falling over.
Very fast Blossom.
Very, very quickly charged, indeed.
It seems like their game plan is that Tommy just walks forward in front of the whole team, and really there's no way that the other team can answer. Warren is struggling to find any sort of value when Tommy Boy is pushing in.
Oh, finding a huge pick from Ranch onto Parakeet God, but able to stick the Pulse Bomb and find a kill onto Dom. Even trade now, both down one hit scan player. But this is going to be the strength of that Mercy, able to immediately bring the Soldier back into the fight. Hog finding a hook here onto the Zarya, able to bubble and protect herself. But Warren Harding is still going to be stuffed under here and is going to have to go for the touch very, very soon. Bringing out the Coalescence. Very, very strong angle here from Dom. This is an incredibly oppressive ultimate, just being able to completely draw their attention to main and then bait them out with this. Warren Harding now up 2 kills. Ranch able to find incredible rails onto... Bringing out the Hog ult now. Still wanting to contest this fight, but Ranch now up to 3 with the railgun. Dom finding one with the Helix rockets, and this is looking like Warren Harding's fight to win. Both sides only using one ult there, it seems, although Warren Harding also using the Valkyrie ult. And Parakeet God only 25% up on the Pulse Bomb. Funeral is going to be swapping off the Roadhog, coming onto Reinhardt. Definitely a very interesting pick given the current meta. I know that the hammer-swinging German man is definitely not one of the strongest heroes right now. We're going to have to see what Barberton is going to try to play around with this. What I can tell you is that it is absolutely very oppressive to Zarya if you play it correctly. Zarya is going to have to respect the space that Reinhardt's hammer affords, and immediately finding a huge pin onto AO Killer, completely repositioning and using only Sound Barrier to push in. Warren Harding very quickly wins that fight and is able to capture the second point. Now with 4.5 minutes on the clock going into this third point, notoriously hard to capture even with such a large time bank. We're going to have to see how Warren Harding plays this.
It's very interesting that Dom keeps holding a high ground and Barberton just can't seem to push Dom off, yet they find value in main almost every time regardless.
Well, and exactly the thing. When it comes to playing the high ground, you have to be able to get value out of that as well. Otherwise, you're just leaving your team to be pushed 5 into 4, especially with the double hit scan. Even with Soldier Sprint, the time it takes to reposition. Pushing the Zarya back to the second corner, and we're seeing a huge Death Blossom coming in from Tommy Boy Ohio, who himself is traded out. Bringing out the Visor now, but this is going to be a 1v3 fight.
He might be the hero.
Soldier still running around. Gonna have to see how this pans out, but in the meantime, Barberton able to find all sorts of payload push, coming around this final corner, making this a one-fight game for them. Warren Harding, though, doubtlessly has the ultimate advantage as we're seeing them take use of right away, bringing out the overclock. Trying to find a pick with this. Moira using her Fade ability. Dom able to find one with the Helix rockets. Although Range playing a very interesting position deep into the backline is not able to live. Huge shatter coming in from Funeral, and this might just seal the deal. A 3v2 fight with a big cooldown advantage. Sorry, not having any bubbles, but being very high in charge. Fortunately, falling to Funeral eventually. Dom, once again, the lone warrior Ranch, is going to have to try to hold this out on Tracer, cycling those blinks in that recall. And Valkyrie, definitely a huge ability when it comes to stalling out for this final point. Like I was saying, this is just the nature of Paraiso. With how close this spawn room is, and how far the attacking spawn room is, this could be a very long final fight. Using Coalescence, finding 2 huge picks, able to bring back the Moira, but this Mercy's time is up. And again, we are just back down to Ranch. Dom, again, on the high ground, though. Sound barrier is huge, even though their Reaper has fallen. This is now a 4v1 fight. And Barberton is able to full cap on Paraiso with 2.5 minutes on the time clock. Definitely going to be an uphill battle for Warren Harding, although at least I know that when I'm playing, if I'm in a situation where, you know, my enemy team is full capped with a lot of time on the clock, you just mentally cover it up. You're attacking first round and just play the best that you can. Can't worry about it. If you get to round 3, then you can start thinking about that. But for now, Warren Harding is definitely going to want to just lock in and make the best attacking push that they can. And a couple swaps on the side of Barberton, bringing out the Mei, bringing out the Sojourn now as well, and the Zenyatta. Very interesting, going to play to the more pokier strengths of this map again, as we saw Warren Harding try to do so on defense. Going to be interesting to see, does Barberton try to take the high ground, whereas Warren Harding consistently opted not to? Warren Harding swapping here to the Winston, the Genji, and the Cassidy. Some swaps on their side as well as trading the Mercy out for an Ana. Shaking it up. They're going to be looking for a bit more of a divier comp, we might be thinking. The Moira and the Winston and even the Genji able to just play in and try to play for a very aggressive pick. Going to have to see how that plays against the pokier composition. Barberton, again, really opting not to strongly hold the high ground with the Sigma, only positioning the Mei and the Zenyatta up there. Although, with those icicles, 150 damage headshots with no fall off, able to pick off the Moira very quickly. And the Genji as well. This is going to immediately force a reset out from Warren Harding, who is backing up. Barberton is playing very, very high up. This is an incredibly aggressive push for this map. So I'm sure they now recognize and are just going to play back. Admitting they can't get a third pick. That's absolutely no problem. Forcing a full reset from the team either way.
I do believe Warren's game plan here is going to be to jump on that Zenyatta in the backline.
Absolutely. Zenyatta having no movement abilities, whereas the rest of the team has at least some sort of survivability. But again, an incredibly offensive sort of playstyle for a support character, as we're seeing now, able to find that pick on a Ranch, just charging up these volleys, and the amount of burst damage that can be found, very quickly charging up this Blizzard ult, and this is going to look like surely a team wipe for Barberton. Just a very, very well-placed Blizzard. That is, in fact, all of them quickly falling. 2.5 minutes on the time clock now as Barberton falls back into position. And Warren Harding. Making a swap now onto the Sigma. Very interesting with these swaps. They might be trying things differently, but the more and more they do it, again, now swapping onto the Junkrat is just going to hurt their ult economy. And it's going to make the potential for Barberton to just take a very strong cycle, as we're seeing them now coming up on Transcendence, an incredibly strong support ult, the strongest healing in the game, as well as that Sigma ult and the Sojourn ultimate. Again, Sigma able to poke out Ranch. So a very big pick. A lot of the pressure of that Tracer in the backline is just not going to be present. As again, we're seeing Barberton slowly push up. And a massive Graviton Flux coming in from Funeral, finding 3. Incredibly well played. And this is what I was mentioning with the ult cycle now. We can see that Barberton, even though they had used an ult that fight, are coming up to almost 4, with only the Mei ult not fully charged at 80%. Although Warren Harding as well is also coming up close on some of their largest ultimates. Tree of Life is incredibly useful for taking space. We're going to see this Overclock coming in from the high ground. An incredible rock mid-air, knocking that Sojourn out and forcing them back using the slide ability. But we're seeing that Blizzard, again, charged up very, very quickly. And it appears that Dom had his ultimate interrupted by the Blizzard, frozen before he could cast it. But Warren Harding, nonetheless, finding 2 picks, pushing through that Blizzard again. So I was about to say, with the Tree of Life, just a very strong ultimate. So much healing, the ability to take space and make a natural cover should not be underestimated. Now able to push up onto the point, looking for their next pick to truly secure this fight. And the next pick they find, taking out both the Moira and the Sojourn. Seeing a battle of the Sigmas that will not be very long-lived, as Warren Harding surely is about to fully capture this first point. Although, far less time. If we remember, Barberton coming into the second point with 5.5 minutes on the time bank. Warren Harding is only themselves going to have 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So they are going to want to play very, very quickly if they are hoping to fully capture this map and force a round 3. Thomas playing up in this aggressive position, and we're seeing here now a bit of use of this high ground from the Mei, but is able to be poked out. One of the few weaknesses of it is that it's very indoors. Spammier characters like Junkrat will be able to pressure that out a lot easier. But again, the more open high ground up here, just being able to stack your hit scan, having your Sojourn up here is incredibly oppressive, and with the team composition that we're seeing from Warren Harding, will be very hard to challenge. Trying to find a way to doing it using the Graviton, or the Gravitic Flux rather, but not able to secure the kill on the Sojourn, with his Riptide now pushing through the background along with a well-landed Pulse Bomb from Branch, but it's an even fight without any ultimates other than Tranquility. Now using the Graviton Flux to try to secure this team fight win. It is 3v2 with just the Moira standing. Tracer now back in the fight. They're going to be poked out and force a full reset. An incredible stagger out from Warbo is just going to take even more time off of the clock for Warren Harding. Absolutely affording Barberton the advantage here. Almost back up on another overclock and Mayalt, as well as Coalescence. Though again, Warren Harding is going to have that Tree of Life, Coalescence, very strong support ults to just be able to take space on these longer angles and again, make cover, just make a play for the team. A big wall. Oh my gosh, an incredible rock coming in from Dobstep, able to Ajax that Mayald, cancel it. And a huge pick onto the Zenyatta from Dom. Dueling Coalescences and then the Tree of Life down main. This could be Warren Harding's fight to win. Again, able to find a pick on the Moira. No supports for Barberton, and Warren Harding is just going to push through. Incredibly well played from their Sigma, who was walled and was able to cancel that Blizzard nonetheless. Absolutely massive play. And they might be able to force a second point capture off of that alone. Barberton now having no ults to play with, and Warren Harding coming up on another Rip Tire, another Gravitic Flux. And now using this Pulse Bomb here, not finding any purchase. Very, very close touch from Barberton. And this is a very, very messy fight. Finding the Life Weaver early, but trading out the Mercy. Moira down now. There's no supports for the side of Warren Harding, but it is still an even fight nonetheless. 17 seconds on the clock. This is the final fight, and it is a 3v2 situation with their tank falling. We're going to have to see if Warren Harding is able to touch, but if they cannot, Barberton will be taking map 2. Junkrat Tire, the only cooldown with which they can work with, but he instead has to play for the touch. and no touch is to be found. Barberton is going to take this map too rather decisively. An incredibly good attacking push. Warren Harding having some strong moments on their own attack, but Barberton having the answer for it every time. Backing up, resetting their cycle, doing what they need to. Playing very well on both the offense and the defense. Forcing them, Warren Harding, into a position where they would have to reverse sweep now in order to close out this series. We are going to see again some swaps now from both sides is looking. Bringing in Golden Pants for the tank role. And swapping back to their previous backline choice on the side of Warren Harding. Choosing Suravasa for this third map. And this is one of 2 Flashpoint maps that could be chosen. Both of them play fairly similarly. We might say that New Junk City is like a bit more indoors, you think?
Yeah, I would say a bit more indoors for New Junk City. We see a lot of open areas in Suravasa, but it's still, you can definitely still brawl in Suravasa. There's a lot of corners to play around. There's a lot of geometry that you can kind of play against. It's still definitely a map that you can get around if you're a brawl team.
Once again, we're going to be giving the teams a bit of breathing room starting in about 3 to 4 minutes. The Sky is coming back in on backline for the side of Warren Harding, who's going to have to make quite an impressive reversal if they want to show up Barberton, but it absolutely is not unheard of. Flashpoint is a bit less predictable than, say, a game mode like Hybrid. Anything can happen. We're closing up our break now. Both teams saying they're ready. We're going to be going into Suravasa, the third and potentially final map. Barberton pushing Warnhart into match point. Again, this is going to be Flashpoint, one of those new... Oh, never mind. They're good. Going into Suravasa now.
Look at all the foliage on this map.
No, this map is beautiful. Oh, definitely, I think this is my preferred Flashpoint map.
Aesthetically, this is my preferred, but I still think Juggertown is way better in terms of playstyle for definitely like brawling and stuff.
Sure, we're going to see possibly a ball pick coming out on the side of Golden Pants here. Very, very interesting. It's going to be able to take advantage of just the openness of this map, really make it into a massive pinball machine for this incredibly flexible tank. And Barberton's going to be looking to speed out here. Warnharding playing a bit of a more conventional Orisa Baptiste Ana pick. It's going to be playing less around their rotations and quick angles and more around just holding down wherever they are. Orisa being an absolute brick wall that Ball is going to have to be able to contest. Look at Warnharding able to find a very quick pick onto that Tracer, pushing back in without the recall ability. Now we're seeing the Ball able to split their attention here rather than pushing main, but the Orisa is eventually going to turn around, putting a spear on the Lucio, using all the cooldowns to just really push in and take advantage of that 5v4s for the Tracer King will come back. Certainly a very fast hero. Able to find purchase. This definitely looks like the fight. It's in Warren Harding's favor with only the Pharah and the Ball remaining. The Pharah eventually going to fall. The Ball, character we might not see dying too often in this map. Even with how high damage of a composition Warren Harding is playing, Ball's mobility and survivability, especially with the recent health buffs, just truly makes him a formidable target. More of an annoyance, a sort of repositioning, a way to draw attention than necessarily a killing force. Although, that all of course depends on the Ball's play style. As we can see right here, slamming down, pulling the attention of the Ana. Although already Dom charging up the Riptire. A huge slam from Golden Pants, able to force all of them up out of that lamp. Trading out a Pulse Bomb onto the Lucio. But Warren Harding has no backline. Tommy Boy Ohio then finding the Ana. And this is going to be a 1v4 into a 0v4 as Barberton recaptures this first point. 64 to 50% now.
Looks like Tommy Boy is plotting something evil with Blossom up.
We've seen this in the last one. Surely he will not be able to make this work again. Oh, an incredible sleeve from Eclipse! Able to cancel that ultimate ability, and they are going to take advantage of that as quickly as they can. Tommy Boy finding himself out of position after having been slept. Immediately shutting down the barrage as well. That is both DPS ults down. Dom being traded out, but this is absolutely going to be a cooldown and ultimate advantage for Warren Harding, who is going to be playing in onto this point. The Baptiste is finding himself attention drawn from the Ball, and Orisa is going to fall as his supports are not able to keep him up. Barberton, incredibly, is going to be able to flip this. With no touch coming in on the side of Warren Harding, Barberton is going to capture first point. It's interesting, I didn't see any use of the Terra Surge on from the Orisa, as well as the window or the nano. All sorts of survivability options there, but Warren Harding look like they're going to opt to save those for this second point.
They could have potentially a better ult cycle because they saved them.
Certainly. Tommy Boy Ohio almost up to his next Death Blossom already, though. Surely gonna be hoping for something a bit more valuable than an immediate sleep. Big Mines denying a lot of space here on the side of Warren Harding, but this Nano Arista is gonna be absolutely terrifying. It's no good though. The rest of his team is absolutely crumbled, with the ball getting 2 picks, using that grappling hook, just rolling straight through them. And this is going to be a very quick fight win for Barberton, taking both support ults out, however, as well as those mines from their ball. We're going to see a swap onto the Lucio from Eclipse rather than the Ana. It's going to be able to speed them back to these points a bit faster and give them up to like an extra fight per point. It's really sort of the metagame with Flashpoint. It's just how quickly you have to be able to get back to these. Well, Tommy Boy Ohio finding a quick pick onto range. It's going to deny a lot of pressure on the side of Warren Harding. They're going to have to start to play this fast. I imagine they're going to play for a reset here. A huge pick from Dom onto Tommy Boy Ohio as their Tracer now returns. This is going to be 5v4 that Warren Harding is going to be able to push into, which they will have to do quickly. A huge ultimate from Parakeet God, but is eventually going to be fallen by that magnetic grenade. We're going to see ball slamming here into the back line, but Warren Harding is pushing right past it with this quick advantage, able to find the Lucio, and definitely setting themselves up for a quick recapture. Finding the Moira as well, no healing for the side of Barberton. Using the Death Blossom, able to take down the Orisa. And the ball also is finding the Lucio. There is potential here for Barberton to contest. So it is just the Cassidy left, both very low. This is incredibly winnable still for Warren Harding, able to find the ball. But the Baptiste has fallen as well as the Tracer, and this is going to be Barberton taking second point after a hard-fought push from Warren Harding.
I think we definitely could have seen some sort of hero play from Dom, but it seems like Warren is just not willing to give up these ultimates.
We're really not. Saving up all 5 ultimates, a position you don't normally want to find yourself in, although it does give them the opportunity to brute force a fight win, or terrifyingly troll 5 ultimates at the same time. We will have to see how they make use of these. As every second that they hold on to all 5 of those ultimates, their cycle will be falling further and further behind. It's Tommy Boy Ohio finding 2 quick picks. No option here to make use of all of the incredibly strong ultimates that they have, whereas Barberton has still none closest to their support ults. Able to capture this point first, a huge advantage for Barberton, who will be able to, if they need to, sack this first and second point to regain the cycle.
This definitely could be disastrous, like you said.
An incredible stick from Ranch, finding the Pharah out. Very interesting playing in that corridor there. But then Ranch himself and the Orisa Dobstep are going to be traded right back out. Very interesting, we're not seeing any sort of sound barrier to try to combat that. Warren Harding finding themselves split. This ball really is doing his job. It's just able to draw attention, push people around, and interrupt any of the plays that Warren Harding might be trying to coordinate, even with this Orisa. Using the sound barrier there to combat the Terra Surge. And now we are seeing a huge Deadeye from Dom, but is immediately countered by this very strong Death Blossom, which finds 2. And this is going to be a huge advantage for Barberton as they come on to 90%. Warren Harding is going to have to search for a very quick touch here, if such a touch at all exists, which it does not. Barberton is going to be very convincingly taking map 3, as Warren Harding waits too long to use their ults and just finds themselves split up by incredible ball play from Golden Pants. Certainly a calculated swap on the side of Barberton. We'll be taking this series 3-0.
The decision to hold ults was very curious, especially since they had full ult advantage. I do believe it was 5 ults versus 0 on that third point, but they were just willing to give that up.
Exactly. Because I feel like even if you're down a player, you would want to use sound barrier there to immediately force a push. Even if that doesn't work, then you still are able to walk back with 4 ults once you've regrouped.
Right.
But just not able to either come up with a plan, or whichever plan they would have come up with had fallen apart just because of the ball's ability to push people around. We saw just there in the play of the game, a huge double boop was able to secure that second point for them. Leaving Warren Harding not a lot of room to fight. And that is going to be, again, Barberton taking that series 3-0 against Warren Harding, pushing them further and further into the regional championships than they have ever seen themselves again before this, not able to even make it past round one. They are now going into, I believe, either the semifinals or the final round even.
Right. It's definitely a story that you do like to see, a team never being able to make it and finally being able to triumph after so long.
Absolutely.
I'm sure this is a rewarding feeling for them, and I'm sure they're being congratulated right now by their coach, their teammates. It's definitely a very triumphant moment for them.
Indeed, and just having such an impressive 3-0 showing at just knowing when to pull back, knowing when to meter themselves, playing around the cycles very, very strongly. Each player on that team seems to know what their role is, what their strengths are, and even when the map picks weren't their own, they were able to work around it.
Right.
And just, again, running very flexible comps, all sorts of things coming out from Barberton here. Warren Harding putting in a very good fight, doubtless. There were very strong individual moments, some incredible breakthrough plays on multiples of these maps, and even if we're looking at their push on second point for Paraiso on the attack or on Nepal map 1, Warren Harding definitely putting up a good fight and able to keep pace with Barberton, but Barberton in the long run absolutely coming out on top.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Check, check. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Esports Ohio here at Baldwin Wallace. I am Lucky Lewis. I will be commentating this game. And today we have Akron STEM versus East Canton. And we are going to start on Nepal. And this is going to be very exciting. I'm going to get the stream going over here. Starting on Nepal, we're going to be starting on control point. They have to capture this center point here, and a little timer will tick up for those that don't know. And once it reaches 100%, the team that has captured it will get a point.
I never had one.
I believe I have pictures.
Starting off, looking at both of these teams, both teams have a Junker Queen. I'm very excited to see what sort of comp and what sort of style each of these teams is going to be running. And both teams opting for the Lucio, both teams opting for the Junker Queen. Looks like Akron STEM going high left. See if they can get the jump on them with the high ground. Also, East Canton has a Symmetra, which is not a pick I see very often. Levi the Genji going to go down. Going to give East Canton a bit of a advantage. They're chasing. They're giving chase. Going after the JQ. And the, DR washboard is going to go down. And it looks like East Canton will have the first capture. The Symmetra and those turrets is going to be very important because the turrets do build up Symmetra's beam charge. And so Akron STEM's going to have to play around them. Yep, whenever you peek a corner just like that, you're going to get hit by 3 Sim turrets. And so it's going to be important for Akron STEM to take out those turrets. JQ coming to contest the space, trying to take back the point. The Sim's taking a lot of damage, but they got a teleporter now. And there goes the tank. Akron STEM's going to have to regroup, or they're either going to keep fighting without their tank. The Symmetra's going to go down, and they have no DPS. East Canton has no DPS. Mamba. Oh, Mamba just went down. And it looks like Akron STEM is going to capture the point. East Canton has a good 50% though, so Akron's going to have to pick up some speed here. We do have Death Blossom on the Reaper online, and we're going to have Kitsune soon too. Reaper ulting in that little room up there, taking out the JQ already before they're even on the point. Getting a triple kill right there. A whole team kill with just the Reaper and the Kiriko. That was crazy. And it only cost them 1 ultimate. They still have Kitsune Rush. However, Canton does have their Mei ult ready, the Blizzard. And so I'm interested to see if they're going to use it defensively or offensively. There's Kitsune Rush. And there's the beat drop. Reaper dropping off the high. Oh, coming back on. But then East Canton ulting on the point. East Canton got some good ground. They fired back, recapped the point. It's 50-50 now. This is anybody's game as of right now. It looks like Akron hanging around on the right side here. Going up these stairs. Good knife from the JQ on Canton. Big sim wall. And Blizzard. But the Suzu cleanse. JQ way over there. The TP on this Kiri. Taking a lot of damage. Beat drop. Ults are flying. People are pressing the Q button. East Canton does not have their tank, and they just lost a DPS. And their Lucio. Oh, it's looking like a team wipe. Can they get that Moira? They can. And Akron is going to bring this back. They are not out, even though East Canton has 99%. If Akron can hold this for another 30%, they will take this point. Cassidy has the high noon ready. And they're gonna have Rampage. Here comes the high noon. That's big! That's both their supports. This could be it for East Canton. They need to make some big play right now. What happened to their tank? Their tank? Did they kill themselves? What happened? They might have a really sloppy touch here. 10%. Beat drop is online. Big, oh my goodness. Wrecking ball here now too. It's double overtime right now. Beat drop. I think that's gonna be it. Oh, someone's contesting. Wrecking ball. Lucio's gonna get a touch. And that might be it, unless somebody else can touch. And that's it. That's the first point going to Akron STEM. Both these teams very evenly matched. Both got up to 99%. The overtime clearly showing that this is winnable for either team here. Going into round 2, we're going to see if any of these teams feel like they need to make a swap here. Mamba did make a wrecking ball swap, but I think that was just for getting the touch at the last second. It seems like they're both the tanks in this game are really comfortable on Junker Queen. And so there's really not a whole lot of counterplay if both tanks are mirroring each other. There's really no counter swapping or anything like that happening yet. Opting for the bridge. JQ going in. They got Maywald, but it's okay. This is a really tight spot. Big axe. There goes the sim. JQ low. JQ just barely alive. Reaper will go down. Cassidy killed himself. I think he got, I don't know if he got booped off or he just fell in. Oh, but Akron STEM just lost their tank. So it's looking like East Canton will get the first capture. But remember, East Canton got the first capture on the last point too, and Akron was still able to clutch it out. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for Akron to get through this first choke. This first choke's really hard, but it's looking like they're going to opt for the other side. Coming through this doorway instead. Very close quarters. There goes the May. Big ultimate. Oh, but it hits the side of the wall. I think it's still got a couple people, though. Yeah, they got it. Now they're just chasing down the Kiriko. She has... Oh, she TP'd away. Not a full team wipe, but an effective one. Akron's going to have to regroup. East Canton netting an easy 50%. Halfway through this. Looks like they're all going right side now. They have High Noon ready. They have 4 ultimates online, actually. And soon to be Rampage, too. They're going to have all 5. So they are up in ult economy. A lot of stuff just happened. Big High Noon, big knife. Now it's just the JQ, and it looks like Akron is going to recap the point. They did burn a lot of ults, so they burned 4 ultimates. And I think the May burned her, and Coalescence. So it's looking like this next point is going to have to revolve around Rampage on DR Washboard. There's a Doctor Washboard. I think it's Doctor. Akron's gonna have, there's the ultimate, there's the Rampage. Oh, but they have beat drop too, so it's okay. They're gonna have to put up a good defense here. Lots of things are happening, but nobody's dying. May won. There goes the May. There goes the Sim. No DPS on the field. They're all gonna scatter. Everybody's really low. They're still pushing. There goes the Reaper for Akron. Moira has no fade now. Gonna hide in the corner. And there goes East Canton's tank. But the Lucio capping the point, going for the back cap. And that'll be it. Good defense from Akron. Almost evening out the game now. This is very winnable for Akron. But also East Canton, because now they have 2 ults online, soon to be 3. And Akron's still building up theirs. They're going to have Kitsune now. But now they have Simwall and Rampage. There's the Simwall and the Rampage, but it got cleansed. There's Kitsune. Junker Queen taking a lot of damage. No more Junker Queen. Oh, and they missed the beat. The beat drop is over. Looks like the May's going to take out the Cassidy too. It looks like that's everybody. And, yep, East Canton's going to recap. 76 to 90. It's anybody's game right now. We saw last game it went to double 99. There goes Death Blossom. Oh, and then a High Noon taking out the Sim. These JQs putting in real work right now. There goes the Reaper. But it won't be enough. I don't think they had, they did have a, where did the Moira go? And just like that, Akron's going to recap. But they have one last push. Here comes the Wrecking Ball. Someone's got a touch right now. Nobody's going to get the touch. And that point is going to go to Akron. They are 2-0 right now. Or no, yeah, that was 2-0. And so they will take that, they will take game 1. Everybody was in that room. They were on that. Good play from Levi. Great play. All right. I saw some really good things that game. Both teams, nobody's out. This isn't going to be just a pushover or a roll. These two teams are going to have to put in some work. Akron has shown that they have the ability to take these games, and East Canton, they're not out for the count either. Both of these games, both of these points were really close. I don't know what the next game mode is. I think it is Midtown. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. And we are back, this time on Midtown. I love Midtown. I am a big hybrid fan. It's looking like we're going to get a bit of a composition change. Dr. Washboard opting for the Orisa this time. And so, for those of you that don't know at home, and who might not be very experienced with Overwatch, this is hybrid. And so it's basically a combination of control and escort. And so essentially what this means is the attackers are going to have to fight through this space, and the defenders are going to be set up here, and they're going to have to capture this point right here. And once they capture that, a payload comes out here, and they have to escort it to the end of the map.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Let's show 'em what we got.
East Canton making their way up the choke. Big spear already coming out from Dr. Washboard. Going for the far left hallway. Interesting play. I'm a big fan. Ooh, and there goes the Cassidy. But it's not out for the count yet. Akron just lost their DPS. There goes the tank. Akron is down with their tank. It looks like they're gonna get at least one third of this capture. Unless this Lucio's gonna get a contest, but nope, he's gonna go down. There's the first tick. Akron might be able to get a contest in. Oh, but no, it looks like they're giving. It looks like the Orisa wants to play on the high ground up here and just sort of let the payload move a little bit. And now the payload is out here. And so now East Canton needs to push this payload all the way to the end of the map. And so they're playing this corner here. Akron still's on the high ground. Getting Maywalled off. It looks like they're going to push this down here. Just ignoring the high ground, ignoring Akron on the high ground. They're going to drop down now. The Orisa moving in. Got Maywalled, and then Blizzard. Another Maywall. The Mirror May, are they going to get this Lucio? The Lucio gets out. Cassidy just barely alive, not gonna make it. East Canton is now down on both of their DPSs. Lots of ults happening now. Responding with their own beat. It looks like this Orisa might go down, but she's just barely alive. Oh my goodness. And they're going to get the reversal on that. East Canton losing their tank and their Lucio. They're going to have to regroup. That was great defense from Akron. What a turnaround. It really looked like that East Canton was going to win that push. But Akron was able to keep it together and keep their cool under pressure. Returning to the high ground now. East Canton's going to have to change up their strategy and try again. Orisa dropping down again. The Blizzard. There goes the Moira. JQ is half. Still choosing to attack and aggress. And there goes the JQ. They're going to have to try another attack to push that payload. We got the Symmetra swap now. I believe they were on Cassidy before, but now they have Sim. I believe EC Hornets played Sim last game too, and they did a very good job. So it's curious to see how this changes their game plan. Maywall. The Maywall is very good at controlling space. That's why May is very popular right now. She's got good crowd control. She can heal herself. It helps with survivability, especially in Season 9 when healing is less effective. It's very easy to just ice block yourself and heal a lot of HP. But the May is going to go down, and it looks like that's another team kill. Akron really has this one choke here on lockdown. Oh, and they swapped Tracer. Yeah, they're off the May now. I guess not really seeing the value in the May. Tracer's a good pick. Although the Akron's not Akron, East Canton's comp is pretty mobile. They have JQ with the speed and Lucio with the speed. Another May ult. Moira here not going to be able to fade out. Going to probably die to this. Ooh, almost died to that sim turret. Oh, but then they're going to take out my Moira orb. There's the beat drop. May in the ice cube. Orisa waiting patiently. May will. Oh, very good. Are they going to make it out? Not quite. And especially if you don't have a tank, it's going to be extra hard for you to push. Good blink from the Tracer, avoiding the Axe Carnage. East Canton's got to make something happen here. 1.5 minutes on the clock left. And they're going to have Akron's going to have Pulse Bomb. They're going to have Terra Surge, they're going to have Death Blossom. And really the only thing that East Canton has to work with right now is the Sim Wall. And now they have Coalescence. They might get Blizzard again here, but it's hard to tell. It looks like they're pushing off the bridge though. They're getting through this hard choke here. Then they drop down. There's the May Wall. There's the Coalescence. Lots of damage on the Orisa right now. She might go down. There she goes. But the Death Blossom is going to take out the tank. Trading tanks here with ultimates. Although it looks like Akron is they're gonna keep it up. 30 seconds left on the clock, but they pushed it just a little bit farther. This is probably gonna be East Canton's last push. They're gonna have to just get to that checkpoint, which is gonna give them some more time. Akron has this really solid strategy of holding the high ground until they go under, and then they drop down and chase them. There's the Coalescence. Moira goes down. The Orisa's going in. There goes the supports for East Canton. Blizzard, it's going to trap 2 of them, but I don't think anybody's going to get a payload touch. And that's going to be it for round 1. East Canton with 1 point on the capture, and then 101 meters on the push. Not bad, not bad. Akron had a really solid defense there. It was this bridge strategy where they just hang out on top, and then when East Canton gets under the bridge, they drop down, and then with May's crowd control, they can stop it. And good strategies here, good strategies. It worked out very well. Now, maybe East Canton's a lot better at defense than offense. And it looks like we are going to see a lot of swaps. We have a Genji now from Akron. We have back to the Cassidy, and now a Baptiste, and then a Soldier and a Sigma. And a Mercy, a complete lineup change from the previous comp they just played with JQ. And so it's looking like they're going to play more of a poke on this this first capture point here. It'll be exciting to see if they can, it can be the change they need to push forward and get more points than East Canton. Up on the high ground here. Very well hidden. Then we have Sigma and Cassidy down here with Baptiste. They are giving all this room here, though. They're going to be playing right at the point. Akron opting to stick with the JQ. Akron now opting for the far left side to try and cause a bit of a reversal here. All of them playing in that room. But there is a health pack in that room. So it'll give them just that little bit more sustain. Big rock. Tracer down on the ground. They're gonna start getting some of that payload. They got the res right behind the Sigma. Or no, it's the same team. They got 1 tick of the capture point. They're at 1.5. Or yeah, they got half of one right now. But this is a long contest, and the Sigma's gonna go down. JQ's still on the point. There goes the Mercy. It's looking like they're gonna get this capture point. Very solid play from Akron STEM. Yep, and the Kiri has Kitsune Rush. And they're gonna have Rampage. They're gonna have Genji Blade. So hopefully they can. Akron's able to get farther than East Canton was. The Sigma there, playing a lot closer. Oh, he has the ultimate though. But it's not going to be enough to take anybody out. The Sigma playing a lot closer than the Orisa was. Big knife. Oh man, now the Sigma's in trouble. But now they have Rampage. Looks like they're going to regroup. They lost a couple. It's always better to retreat than die in Overwatch. You don't want to give your opponents that ult charge. But they do have 3 ultimates on the board right now. 4 now. They're probably going to make something happen here. Oh, it looks like they're all opting for the far right side on the high ground. There goes the Kitsune. But they have Genji Blade. They have... Oh my goodness. They have Mercy still on the field. And the Baptiste. The both supports are back. And they res the tank. This Mercy playing very well right now. Barely surviving that. Oh, going back in is going to be a big mistake on the Mercy's end. It's important. It's very important to watch your health bar. Sometimes you just get 2 in the zone and you don't even notice that that your health is low. But it's looking like East Canton made some good progress here. The visor is online. They're getting really close with 2 minutes 50 on the clock. They're East Canton playing very spread out right now. Oh, but now they're all grouped up now. Yep. Oh. Is that an ult cancel? I don't think anybody got antied there. Big Sigma ult. But everyone's alright. Oh, there goes the Sigma. No one's on the payload right now. It looks like they're opting to try and go above and win the team fight rather than, yeah, push the payload. But it's looking like they have 4 meters left. They're going to get this contest if they can just push it a little bit farther. They got Wrecking Ball now. They're going to get the res on the Baptiste. They are 2.83 meters away from winning this game mode. They just have to take out the Wrecking Ball. They booped him off, but it's not going to be enough. He's really low. That's going to be it. But it might be enough time. Nope, it's not. And Akron STEM is going to take that. Very good performance from both of those teams. Moira play of the game now. Great stuff from both of these teams. Something that I've noticed with both of these teams' gameplay is they like to play a brawl, which makes sense. On control, you're going to be way up in the space. But then with the Sigma and the Cassidy and the Soldier 76, it looked like they were going for more of a poke, but then they just ended up playing brawl anyway. And it's sort of like Akron forced them to play a brawl especially on some of these chokes and some of these hallways, the sight lines. You kind of have to play a brawl if you want to move that payload or capture that point. And so this might just be a brawl game, or they're gonna have to make some more swaps. Maybe we'll see some dive, or maybe they'll go back to the brawl. Who knows? And we are going to be taking it to Suravasa.
Initiating match.
We are back now on Suravasa on Flashpoint.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
It looks like we are going to see some team or some hero swaps. We now have Monk on Sombra, and we have we briefly saw a Winston, but Mamba opting to go back for the Junker Queen. Mirroring JQs again. Not a bad idea, especially on Suravasa, where the speed boost is very good. It's a very big map. And here we will get our first point here. We are brawling. Those sim turrets doing a lot of damage. Going to take out the Lucio and the JQ for Akron. It looks like they are going to lose this first team fight. But the Sombra is going to make it out. And East Canton has the first capture. Very quick play right there from East Canton. Really taking a very good control of that space and holding it very well. Sombra's going to be an annoyance on the right side here. But East Canton's going to net a quick 30%. Akron's going to have to make something happen here. Almost taking out the mortar there. Genji is going to get eliminated, but East Canton just lost their tank and a support, so it's looking like things might be lost. The ult cancel from the Sombra canceling the Coalescence. It's looking like Akron is going to get the capture, but East Canton with a 77%, they have some ground to make up here. Plus, I think, or no, Akron didn't use any ults, but East Canton, they did use a Coalescence. And maybe Rampage? I'm not sure. Opting for the left side now. Making a big brawl, really moving in. Big EMP, everybody's hacked. That's going to be very bad for East Canton. But they persevere, they take out the tank. And the Sombra, yep, it looks like Akron is going to hold their point. Evening up the game now by 10%. This is probably going to be a last team fight scenario here. I feel like if either group caps the point, then it's GG's on this 1 point right here. Hitting 90%, swapping to, oh, the sim and the turret, big ult. Lots of things happening right now. Beat drop, Hacks flying across the board. Kitsune, Simwall. East Canton responds with their own Rampage, but it looks like it won't be enough. 3 of them left. They're going to have to win this team fight. They're going to have to make something happen here. And there goes East Canton's tank. And that is going to be it for the first flashpoint. Great stuff from Akron. Really showing that once they can get that point, they can hold it and really live with it. Up next is going to be the Fountain here. So Flashpoint is a little bit different from Control. It's like Control, but it's instead of 3 separate maps, it's just one big map. But it's the same concept. Over here is where the team fight is happening. Playing in this room right here, getting May walled off. Good stuff from Akron. Team kill on the first one. Now they're going to capture the point. East Canton at a bit of a disadvantage right now. They're really going to have to turn up or make some sort of changes because they've attempted to get in, I think, 3 times now. And Akron has just said no and has sent them back to spawn every time. JQ really low again. Going to take them out. And they have the Moira ult out now, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. East Canton heroes are dropping. They're dropping like flies. Oh, but it looks like they have a comeuppance. Lucio is on the point contesting. Can this Kiri get a pick? It's not going to be so. So it looks like, actually, East Canton going to get the capture. Lucio's still alive, though, and separated from the group. But he's going to get eliminated. East Canton has some ground to make back up, but they have shown that they have the ability to make this comeback. Probably ready for the EMP. Big EMP and Genji Blade. Big Blade on the Genji right now. Gonna get a 3 kill. Can he go for 4? He is. Big play from Akron right there. And just like that, they're going to recapture. And they did use 3 ultimates there, but now East Canton has the opportunity to respond with 3 ultimates of their own. They have Beat Drop, Simwall, and Rampage online. But Akron also has Beat Drop and Rampage. There's the Beat Drop. There's the other Beat Drop. And it looks like they are scrapping on the point. The cleanse. There goes Akron's tank. Are they going to get the capture? Usually if the tank goes down, it becomes very hard for the team fight to be won. But it's looking like East Canton hasn't lost a person yet. It's just the 2 supports left. And now it's just the Lucio. But he is going to escape. And so now this is a last hit scenario. It's going to be 99 and 99. And they're not even going to touch it. 1-1 right now, just like that. Sim setting up her turrets. And we haven't seen really any swaps yet. Both these teams very comfortable with the compositions they're playing right now. I feel like these team fights just come down to who can hit their shots better and who can better conserve their ult charge. Genji gonna take out the Sim and the Lucio and the Mei. And there goes the tank. So even though East Canton had the advantage of being at that point first, it looks like Akron is going to take that point. The Rampage ultimate from Dr. Washboard
really important there, allowing for a lot of picks, and the ante doesn't allow the healers to heal. So that really hinders the team's survivability. So very good play from Dr. Washboard. And they still do have good ultimate economy. Both of these teams have decent ultimates here. I think we just saw an EMP. Yep, and then the Lucio's just going to accept his fate and head back to spawn. Another very clean team kill from Akron. That whole team fight was like 15 seconds. It was very, very fast. And you know, that's the only way you can play Overwatch, is very fast.
I'm with you.
Up, there goes the sim wall. Sim wall is up. Oh, but there goes the sim. Lots of ultimates, beat drop. But the Coalescence is going to keep Mamba alive. There goes the Moira. That's really tough. You know, not having any supports, it's hard. It looks like Akron. Wow, what a capture. Not even giving East Canton a single capture, not a single %. Now Akron only needs one more capture, and it is first to 3 on these flashpoints. But we are going to see a swap off of the Symmetra to Reaper. I feel like I'm realizing that they're playing a lot more of a brawl, even though Symmetra does have good damage up close. Good cleanse from the Kiri, instant cleanse. Great job recognizing that the ultimate was coming, and that getting that ante would have been certain death, especially since she only lived on 75 HP. Good play. Great play from Akron right there.
What's up?
Opting for the high ground up there on that, the Sombra. Very cool. I didn't even know you could get up here. EMP will be online. EMP is a very powerful ultimate. If you have EMP, you're in a great spot. And so it's looking like East Canton opting for this other way. Just, oh, and there's the hack. And the ultimate. Everybody's antied in there. You can't heal, but the Curie gets the cleanse. But it doesn't matter because Akron firing back with another team kill. Also lasting like 10 seconds. These team fights are just, they're so quick. There's no sustain anymore. You have to be very careful and very deliberate with your plays now. Otherwise, you're just going to get clapped hard and sent back to the spawn doors. Canton opting for the same strategy again of going low. They're going to have to, though, because they're already at 90%. Lots of ultimates on the board. Getting hacked, but it's not enough. They take out the tank. They got to make something happen here. Lots of numbers happening. Lots of things happening. It's looking like East Canton is going to capture the point.
Don't mess with me.
And they're going to have to play very careful now because Akron does have 99% on the board. They need to play the best defense of their life because if they capture it for even a second, Akron is going to capture the point, and that will be game. Looking at the ultimate economy, Mamba does have Rampage coming online, and I believe they will have Death Blossom for the next team fight. And Akron doesn't really have anything. They might get an EMP on this next team fight. East Canton netting an easy 56% on the point, but here comes the team fight. Whoa, ult cancel from Mamba on the Sombra. Incredible play. Insane hack. That's going to be huge for Akron. That's why Sombra is so impactful, because she can just cancel a lot of ultimates. And now she has EMP online. Mamba with the Winston swap here. And it's looking like they're going to capture the point. Great job from East Canton, showing that they're really not out for the count here. And that this is winnable. This is anybody's game. This is going to be the last point right here. Whoever captures this is going to take the game. Oh, a bit of a team fight happening back there. Sombra getting a pick on the Lucio. That's going to be detrimental for this first capture of the point. Having a healer is really going to hinder your survivability. Hacking the Winston and then into the Death Blossom. Not going to get any picks on this Sombra, though. Hacking the Moira out of the Coalescence. Oh, and then Sombra translocated off of the map. You know, we've all been there. You know, you turn around and you press the E button as soon as you take a little bit of damage. It happens to the best of us. We've all been there. And East Canton is going to get this capture. And I believe they do need to get this capture if they want to stay in the game, because I think the score is Akron 2-0 right now on total games. Big EMP from the Sombra. The Sombra's been a real pain in the butt for East Canton right now, taking out another very effective team kill. EMP, like I said, is just such a strong ultimate. It is a team fight winner. It wins the fights for you. Kitsune online, as well as Rampage and Beat Drop soon. But it just goes to show Akron has they have strategies in mind. They just like that last team fight. They were like, okay, we're gonna go in, we're gonna EMP, and then we're rushing in. They have clear planned out things. There's the Kitsune rush. Then Blizzard on the point. But it's looking like, yep, Kiri gonna get the cleanse. Very brave of them to TP in and Suzu. But it's looking like the Kiri's gonna go down. You're down a healer, you're down a tank. You're down a DPS. It's looking like this is going to be a team fight victory for East Canton. This might be it. Akron has one more team fight. If they can win the next team fight and capture this point, their chances of taking the whole set are very high. East Canton just needs to stay alive and keep up the great defense. 10% left. Will they even get a touch? Akron very spread out right now. Kiri on the left side. And they're not going to touch. That Kiri could have touched. But East Canton will win it. They will take it. Great stuff from East Canton. What a comeback. Staying alive now. I believe the set is, I think it's 2-1. Great play here from Dr. Washboard. Phenomenal JQ gameplay. Great stuff, great stuff. All right, welcome back. A lot of things I've noticed is that these team fights are very quick. They are all like less than 20 seconds. There is no survivability in these games. It's either you either live or you die. There's no more just like pumping a bunch of healing into a player and having them live. You can't do that anymore. You really need to have a play in mind, and you need to execute it perfectly. We've seen Akron do it. We've seen East Canton do it, especially with the EMPs. Having EMP online with Akron and the Sombra is very important, and it won them a lot of team fights, and it won them very quickly. East Canton as well with their beat drops and their I don't think we saw Primal Rage. I don't think the Winston was online for long enough to get an ultimate, but they had Rampage. I'm blanking on what other characters they had, but very good stuff from both of these teams. We are now going to move over to Esperanca on push for game 4 or 3, game 3, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to the stream. I have been joined by the one and only
Silent. Hi, stream. Yeah, for those of you who don't know who I am, I play for the varsity BW team here. I also used to coach a lot in the program. I cast in one of the games earlier today. I'll be helping Paul cast the rest of this game, finish it out, and I'll be casting later on for our finals as well. Super excited for that.
Yeah, Silent knows a lot more about the game than I do.
I try to be humble about it, but I think if the more that I can say, the more that you can bounce off of, then the better the casting quality will be.
Absolutely. And we are just waiting for these teams to ready up. I believe. Yeah, we are still waiting for the ready up. And then we can get this started on Esperanca. It is push. What are your thoughts on push?
I love push. I think it's the best game mode.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I'm a firm believer in push.
That's crazy. I am a firm hater of push.
Really? Can I ask you why?
I just I'm a tank player, and I find that this could absolutely be a skill issue. I find it very hard to like play a corner on like a lot of the push maps, or like to find natural cover. Now, on the flip side, I love New Queen Street.
Really?
Which I hear is a controversial take.
That is a very controversial take. New Queens is probably my least favorite.
Yeah, so I like Colosseo too. I will say the push maps are good.
They are really fun.
And it looks
very cool designed.
We are ready to get this show on the road, so we are going to go ahead and get this started.
Entering into a map 4. The series today have been phenomenal.
Absolutely, yes.
This is the kind of Overwatch that I would die to see. This is all of the games have been neck and neck, very extremely close, and it's exciting.
It is very exciting. The energy on both of the teams, all the plays too, back and forth. The team fights, like I've said, have been very fast. So they are making consistent plays, and they are very good at it. Do you want to go ahead and explain the push game mode to those at home who might not be very familiar with Overwatch?
Yeah, so for those of you who aren't familiar with Overwatch, or maybe aren't familiar with this game mode in particular, so there's that little robot guy in the middle there, and there's 2 barricades on opposing sides on a mirrored map. So half of the side is going to be exactly the same on the other side of the map, and the team to be able to push that barricade, have that robot push that barricade the farthest, after 10 minutes is going to win. So it's either you push it all the way to the end of the map first, or whoever gets it farthest in 10 minutes will be our winner.
And so it looks like we are going to have some lineup changes here going into Game 4. We have a Winston on the game now.
Looking for a sort of pseudo dive with the Winston Reaper May, a very interesting team comp. I wonder what their overall like plan is to achieve here. If they're just looking for soft dives, or if they want to like rush in with walls.
Yeah, I don't know. In the previous games, we saw some very little Winston, and I think it was to just get to the point faster. But it was it was hard to find like the dives that the Winston was going for and things like that. But once again, very little Winston. Maybe the gameplay and the strategy will flesh out as the gameplay continues.
Possibly. As of right now, it looks like they're kind of just looking to swarm around them a little, like trying to create a little scrappy fight, ignore the Orisa, maybe trade for the backline. As we get 2 trades right now, currently 4v4. Mamba here, still looking for some moves.
Yep. Taking out the Moira.
But Levi, imagine this Reaper is able to keep up with the contest. We're going to swing back into a 3v3. This is a very large stalemate. But Levi is able to find the cleanup, and that's going to be first fight 1 for Akron here.
Akron's going to have control of the robot. They're going to get some push on it.
Now, something interesting, we do see the Zarya come out from Mamba here, and I think that's a very good counter pick into the Reaper May Orisa that Akron is looking to run here.
That's right. We saw a lot of this earlier today in some of the other quarterfinals with the Zarya playing into the Orisa. But yeah, very tank is just counter swap, counter swap, counter swap.
Very unfortunate state of the game, but it is a core concept of this game to understand and find success in.
The Zar taking a lot of damage, opting for cover.
What a wall. They can definitely push up with the Ursa, then maybe look for a punish on that, forcing out lots of cooldowns, and Levi going for the death boss.
The May very low. They're going to take out the May, and the tank is out.
Finding one, finding space. They're not taking this fight on card. They're going to get the first checkpoint for free.
It's gonna send East Canton back.
The kills on the side of Akron are not something you want to look for to keep stability within this fight, but I think they're more than happy taking that checkpoint.
Akron is down to support now. Delucio was sent back to spawn, and as a result, Dr. Washboard is going to go down.
But at this point, they're okay with taking these trades since they've already gotten the bot relatively where they need to control the tempo for the rest of the game.
You are correct. That is correct. And they do have forward spawn.
Now, if Grilled Cheese can get the forward spawn as well, they might be able to take it fast here.
It looks like they did not.
Unfortunately, going to be late here. But maybe look at the poke out a little early. Try not to do anything crazy, but Mambo wants the sauce. And the sauce he will find with Monk falling.
Moira out coming out.
So also forcing the cold. Grilled Cheese is going to fall early. This is not looking the best for Akron here.
Lots of ults happening right now. Nobody's dying, except for Grilled Cheese, unfortunately. And Dr. Washboard going down again.
Own Dog committing the beat into an interesting fight when they're already down. I'm not sure if they're going to commit too hard to this, especially as Levi falls. Both Moiras juicing up, doing their own thing, but they're relatively uncontested, and this may be another checkpoint.
They're going to walk that right up to the checkpoint. You're right. Grav online with the Zarya.
They fight this corner advantage, and depending on this ult exchange, they might get a new checkpoint up here.
The Ramatra swap off of the Orisa, not something that we've seen yet. The block so impactful, but it doesn't look like Dr. Washboard was getting the heals he needed, and the Coalescence just coming out a little bit too late.
Extremely melted here. Mamba is just going completely unchecked with 70 energy here. He's able to beam down anyone that he looks at. Finding the cleanup, and Mamba is just tearing.
Good eliminations from Mamba, but he's not going to get the heals. He's going to go down. But I think his team can play cleanup without him. Because,
Still a scrappy fight, however, I do believe that Akron does have slightly better respawns.
That is true. Because I don't believe East Canton has forward spawn.
Just resetting in the neutral, waiting for 5. They can maybe take a fight early here. I would love to see how Levi would like to use this death block in the fight.
Yeah.
Engage with the early Cole, maybe force the team up to walk a little bit. No wall. Counter engage with the beat. Trying to make something happen. And there's the
Death Blossom. Going to get a pick on the Lucio there.
Finding the value in 1, and that seems to be enough as they're starting to crumble down a little bit.
They are. No supports on the field. This looks like Akron is going to take the robot.
Able to re-swing it and also keep their lead, which is very, very impactful, meaning they're not as pressured to push it past this line. They're completely timed with burning the time, just draining those 4.5 minutes that are remaining left in the match. That being said, though, every little push that they get here will be that much more beneficial to them.
Absolutely. And yeah, now that there's a clear lead in place, now it's just about playing for time and increasing that lead even.
So they're gonna go early with the mail, force them all back.
Patiently.
The May, lots of cooldowns used, and they've got the bot in a pretty comfortable spot. So it's gonna force out the beat in response, so they can try and swing and stop this engage.
There goes another Death Blossom, but the Reaper going for the Annihilation. Lots of things happening now.
Oh, matching with the grab. Wow, what a grab actually to completely destroy that Annihilation. However,
Great play from Mamba.
Mamba might be caught out here.
But yeah, all those ult exchanges, and it did not matter. Akron is just going to keep pushing this robot.
Still in favor of Akron, just being able to really take control of this tempo and
pushing
the fights in their favor.
Pushing over 100 meters up on the board.
Looks like East Canton is going to go on to the Queen comp, maybe look for something fast, but Akron doesn't want any of it. They know, hey, we're down 1 player. Why not take the 5v4? There's no reason for us to go disadvantaged.
And especially for Akron, you're winning. You're at game point right now. You're 2-1. You just need to play it super safe, and you just slowly whittle away at them.
Oh, and the kite drop down. Gavin and Ashley will instantly explode.
Unfortunate.
The May freeze is there to get 2 trades, but it may not be enough as Mamba falls as well. And just like that, with that sneaky little swing, just waiting for 5, Akron's able to take back the robot now. Trying to get staggers. I don't want to speak too soon. Maybe Levi's in trouble here.
Not teleporting out in time.
Get it. But I do believe that Akron is more than happy to take this slow fight, just stalling the bot, making sure that it's not coming back to their side as they wait for the kills. They don't have to win this team fight. All they're trying to do is just burn the time, even if they fight for it.
And yeah, and if you're East Canton, you're down one. You're down 1 right now. You really need to make something happen. With 2 minutes on the clock, it's starting to call into question if you can push the robot 50 meters in the next 2 minutes.
And I think a lot of that's going to rely on how well they utilize their ultimates here. If they're burning through all of their ultimates in just one team fight, that robot's got a long way to push. And they're going to need a lot of resources to get through 2, maybe even 3 whole team fights here.
And that robot is not fast. You see how slow he's pushing that thing? We're going to be here all day.
And Akron taking advantage of that time, wrapping all the way around the map to get behind them and flip it. What an amazing play.
Mamba is going to escape the blizzard. What a carnage. But I don't think it will be enough.
Being swung on, he's very alone at the moment.
Yeah,
and Akron
very
is easily able to punish that.
Separated from the group here. And Akron taking the robot back.
Ooh, and that denial of forwards on the side of East Canton is such a massive play. So now all of those staggers that they got earlier, the Queen dying, everyone else dying there, are going to be forced back into spawn, burning off even more of the time. A very, very heads-up play from the Moira there.
Very smart.
Now coming into the last minute here, ultimates are building up. I'm sensing a lot of Qs going to be pressed this time.
Oh, you know it. You know, when the timer gets low, people get desperate, and that Q button looks really appealing. I feel like most of the ultimates coming up are going to be in response to whatever ultimate pops first.
Ooh, Dr. Washboard would just rather just take the explode there.
It's like you said, though. Akron has the lead. They don't need to burn as many resources.
They can just play the long waiting game and then win the fights that are important to them. They have the lead, so there's no reason to force anything crazy.
Yeah, they could be, perhaps, like maybe just saving up all that ult charge for when East Canton gets overtime, and then they can just ult dump, win the team fight, and then overtime is over.
This is relatively even, though. This is going to come down to a large matchup of skill here, with both teams having 3 ults evenly. The Barry's going to come out to the response to the Reaper ult.
And now the ults are flying. There's Annihilation on the board. Both beat Chops, Death Blossom. Reaper has no fade. They're going to take him out. Overtime, it's looking like an Akron win.
The Blossom is not finding the value it needs, and Dr. Washboard absolutely holding W, speed boosted onto the team, energy flowing. That's going to be our last map.
That is going to be it. Great stuff from both teams here. Phenomenal plays. Congratulations to Akron on this win. Levi with the play of the game.
See the absolute maniacal legend being sped with the Q. Nice tracking, good cleanup. You can tell this team just has such great coordination.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that will be the end of our quarterfinals for Akron and East Canton. Thank you all for tuning in. There will be more matches coming up soon. I don't know if there's more today or more tomorrow. I don't think there's more tomorrow, but there will be more.
Yeah,
so
Overwatch, we do have the finals soon after this, so which will be a best of 7. So grab your snacks, grab your popcorn, make sure you're hydrated because it's going to be a long one.
It's going to be long. Well, anyways, stay tuned. Thank you for watching.